Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters. It's Roshan Muhammad Salih here, the editor of Five Pillars, and welcome to this very special show, which could last 2 hours, could last 3 hours, could last 5 or 6 hours. Let's see, inshallah. The night could be very long indeed. So it's the US presidential election live. It only happens once every 4 years. And the reason why we're doing this, brothers and sisters, is because you might think it's weird that Brits are British Muslims are doing a live stream on the US presidential elections. Well, there's two reasons why we're doing it. One is because the president of the United States is probably the most powerful person in the world, or perhaps one of the most powerful people in the world, and they're consequential not because only of what they can do in the United States, but also around the world, given the United States' history of colonialism, direct and indirect control, especially of Middle East oil resources, and heavy influence over Muslim countries all around the world. And the second reason is because, obviously, in this election, Muslims could have a disproportionate say. Muslims aren't, in fact, very populous in the United States. It's something like less than 2% of the population, I believe, or perhaps even less than that, maybe less than 1% of the population. However, the result of this election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is a foregone conclusion in many states. In fact, most of the states, we know they're going to vote either Democrat or Republican already. And that's why this election will come down to around 7 or 8 swing states, they call them. And those are the states that carry the electoral college votes, which will ultimately see either Trump or Harris across that 270 electoral vote threshold, which will make them president. And one of those states is Michigan, where there is a sizable Muslim population. So if Michigan goes to Trump or goes to Harris, then ultimately one of those may become president. But there are other swing states as well, and there are also Muslims residing there. So tonight, brothers and sisters, we have quite a jam-packed show for you. We have guests from all over the world, from Robert Carter, who's been in the United States in Michigan for the last 2 or 3 days. In fact, I think more than that, maybe 4 days now. And I'm sure you've already seen some of his work on YouTube and Twitter. We're going to get Robert on very shortly. But we're also going to get guests, other guests from the United States. We're going to get guests from abroad, from Yemen, I believe, from Kosovo as well. And we're going to be reacting to the news that comes in over the next few hours. We will be getting ultimately results from different states, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Maybe early morning hours we'll get an idea of who is going to be president. Maybe we won't. Let's see. But we'll be reacting to all of that. We'll be giving our analysis. We'll be playing out videos. We'll be taking your comments. Already I can see comments coming in. I will feature them as I go along, and we will answer the best comments. This is not a fundraiser, brothers and sisters, but Super Chats is activated. If you feel we're doing good work, then I certainly will not turn down your Super Chats. And I also guarantee that if you do give Super Chats, that your question will be profiled or your comment will be profiled, and inshallah, we will answer it. Without further ado, I'm going to get Robert on for a brief comment before bringing on some other guests. We've got Haris waiting in the background as well. Haris, if you could turn your camera on so that I know that you're ready. Robert, assalamu alaikum. How are you doing, brother?
Wa alaikum salam. Good to speak to you again. It's been quite a while. Yeah, we haven't really spoken properly, maybe on WhatsApp a little bit, but really good. I'm speaking to you from the USA. Who would have thought?
Good old Uncle Sam, yeah, the great Satan. I wouldn't call it the great Satan, but some people might. You're never in the UK, are you? Last time we had you on a live, you were in Lebanon. I think you came back to the UK for like a day, and then you're off to the good old US of A. How is it like over there in Michigan?
Yeah, it's great, to be honest with you. But obviously, you know, America has its many problems. But what's been so nice about where I've been based in Dearborn, Michigan, is that it has a very strong Muslim presence here. The city of Dearborn is right next door to Detroit, close to another city just north of Detroit called Hamtramck, which again, all these areas have a significant Muslim population, a significant Arab Muslim population, which I personally enjoy, as you know, Roshan. I have Arab family members, so it's very easy to find a Yemeni restaurant down the street, to find some beautiful Bangladeshi food. So obviously I've benefited food-wise, but there's a lot more at stake here than just my appetite, of course. There is a very serious Muslim vote campaign underway.
You mentioned ham. Is it pronounced Hamtramck?
Hamtramck, yes.
Okay, because obviously yesterday you went there, and this is what you heard. Yeah, so
beautiful. That was beautiful.
American street with the adhan lasting out those melodious sounds. Wonderful. Should we make hijra then?
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, when we talk about hijra, we always talk about moving back east into the heartland of Islam, which of course makes absolute sense. But if you happen to be trapped in the United States for some reason, you get lost along the way, then absolutely make your way to Hamtramck, because it's become a Muslim majority city, the first of its kind in the United States history. And basically the Yemenis just took over. It's as simple as that. They have a Muslim majority council, city council. They have a Muslim mayor. And I'll have to be careful how I phrase this, because I'm in the Green Party watch party this evening. But they've actually implemented some policies which has even upset left-wingers, such as the removal of LGBT flags and trans flags from government buildings. They've implemented the call to prayer out loud. It's heard 5 times a day, as you saw from the clip. And yeah, it's kind of like an attempt at creating a little Muslim state here in the US of A. It's created quite a few headlines, but it's been well established. It's a Muslim majority city for quite some time now, and it's had a Muslim majority council for a number of years as well. So those are kind of old headlines, but it was very interesting to visit. There's no doubt about it, and I felt right at home. I was happy. If you want a correspondent out here in Hamtramck, Roshan, I'll happily volunteer.
Okay, Haris, if you can hear me in the background, we need you on stage. So our correspondent Haris is going to come on and give us the latest news headlines, but I can see that he hasn't got his camera turned on behind the scenes, so I'm not going to get him on until he actually turns his camera on, and then I'll know he's ready. Yeah, what else can I say? Who's going to win? Who do you reckon? Oh, you just interviewed Jill Stein, the third-party candidate, didn't you? What did she say? We'll play out snippets of your interview. But what did
yes, she is here. So for anyone joining, I'm here at the Green Party's watch party, as they basically spend the night watching the results come in. And yes, the party leader, Jill Stein, is somewhere in this room, quite possibly. She is indeed right behind me over my shoulder. The figure here sitting down in the blue suit is Jill Stein. I managed to get about a 10-20 minute chat with her, which will hopefully broadcast on 5 Pillars shortly. Obviously, you know, she's benefited tremendously from the Muslim vote. That's what initial reaction has suggested, and it's very clear from my time here that she commands a great deal of respect among many American Muslim voters in Dearborn, to say the least. And it's because, you know, she's been strong. She's been strong on foreign policy when it comes to Gaza. She refers to the situation in Gaza as a genocide and has pushed that key word genocide relentlessly throughout the campaign. She's also condemned American imperialism. She's condemned American foreign policy in general, and she's condemned the American establishment for being immoral and for being in the pockets of big business, for being basically put under the thumb by groups like AIPAC, the notorious pro-Israel lobby group here, a group which she has also criticized relentlessly throughout her time. So there are many reasons to respect Jill Stein and the Green Party, but of course, on social issues, perhaps there are sticking points for Muslims, and I think that that's perhaps going to work against her. Again, it comes down to the Green Party's opinions on feminism, for example, on same-gender relationships, the trans movement. These are all things which, of course, are contrary to the teachings of Islam, quite frankly, and makes it a bit awkward for Muslims to back the Greens. But this is the debate that we've seen rage in the UK, haven't we, Roshan? Who should Muslims back in order to punish their traditional home, the Labour Party being the traditional home of Muslims in the UK. Here in the States, it's the Democrats, the party of genocide, the party of backing war criminals, as we've seen over the past year under Joe Biden and also Kamala Harris, who served as his number two.
Brothers and sisters, so obviously this is a kind of a live that we only advertise today. So we have about 350 people watching on YouTube at the moment. The live stream has just started, of course. I'm thinking that the audience tonight will be a little bit different than our usual audience, because usually we get about 60% of our audience from the UK, but I think most of our fellow Brits, Robert, will probably be snoring in the moment until the morning. So we might get a more of an international flavor of international audience tonight, which is good. You know, let's get new people watching Five Pillars. But brothers and sisters, this is a uniquely Muslim take on the US presidential elections. So if you're a Muslim, you don't need to watch the mainstream media. Just stay with us. Please, if you're watching our feed, share it with your... oh, someone's saying my volume is a bit quiet. Can you hear me clearly, Robert?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I wonder if that's me they're complaining about, because I am using headphones, so I'm not sure what the quality is like.
So, brothers and sisters, if a lot of you are having trouble with me, no, everyone's saying it's fine. So someone was perhaps you haven't got your volume up, brother or sister, whoever that is. Yeah. So could you share this feed, brothers and sisters? I can see the numbers are going up all the time. Alhamdulillah, especially on YouTube. Share this feed. Put it in your WhatsApp groups. Let's get as many people watching as possible. Let's get the conversation going as well. Let's get the questions coming in, and we can put it to our guest. We can put it to Robert, who's there on the ground in Michigan. So yeah, inshallah, let's do that. But I think you were talking about Gaza being a major factor in this election, especially amongst the Muslims that you'd spoken to. So let's play out one of your interviews that you did just the other day pertaining to that, inshallah.
My name is Hassan Abdussalam, and I am one of the two founders of Abandon Biden, now Abandon Harris. And we're here in Michigan. We have campaigns across the country in the swing states trying to ensure that the vice president is punished because of her genocide.
Could you just tell me how much power do you think the Muslim vote holds, especially at this time with the Gaza issue as big as it is?
We believe at Abandon Harris that we have the power to decide this election. The idea that Muslim Americans with our small percentage, approximately 1%, could actually depose the leaders who sit atop a superpower is an extraordinary moment in the history of Islam and of this ummah. Many Muslim Americans have become confident, excited, and want to send a message to this ruthless superpower that destroys, maims, kills, and have fallen upon an innocent people a rain of munitions and bombs this past year. The cruelty of the Republicans and the Democrats are to be rejected. In our tradition in Islam, in the 17th verse of the 20th surah, Sayyidina Musa, Moses, peace be upon him, says, Ya Allah, O God, you have favored me, and I will never side with the criminals. Never side with the criminals. The Republicans and the Democrats who sell you their policies on tax cuts, climate change, social security, and yet they shed blood across the planet. We believe that fundamental to our deen, our religion, is that we side with goodness and we seek to be the voice against oppression, even if it means that we will be harmed. At Abandon Biden, Abandon Harris, we often say our slogan, 4 years under any Republican is incomparable to 1 day in Gaza. It's an argument on sacrifice and that we will continue our struggle. But the idea that we would go and reward the vice president, the president, after this year would send a signal to America that our community will endure anything, even concentration camps, when the other party will then come and say the alternative is worse. The Democrats will come and say, we're offering you food stamps while you're now locked up here. And so we believe this slippery slope must come to an end, and we are the bulwark of conscience. We're working with non-Muslims as well, progressives, Gen Z, African Americans, Latinos. And our message is that this is a historic election, that in 30, 40 years, there will be students in a history class, our great-great-great-grandchildren. They'll be studying this moment in history textbooks, courses called 21st Century American History, and people will be asking, raising their hands, how was it that people actually voted for the vice president? And who are these heroes they would valorize who voted against genocide?
Good afternoon, Michiganders. As the president said, we just had a positive meeting with President Trump. We as Muslims stand with President Trump because he promises peace. He promises peace, not war. We are supporting Donald Trump because he promised to end war in the Middle East and Ukraine. The bloodshed has to stop all over the world, and I think this man can make that happen. I personally believe that God saved his life twice for a reason. I believe personally that God has saved his life for a reason, which is to save the lives of others. We support Donald J. Trump for his commitment to promoting family values and protecting our children's well-being, especially when it comes to curriculums and schools. We as Muslims support this man because we believe that he will be a president for all Americans, embracing every race, color, and religion. We are with President Trump because we want a strong border. And we agree with President Trump that anyone who wants to come to this country is welcome, but he has to do that through legal pathway. We are with President Trump because we want a strong economy. Don't you want that? We are with President Trump to make America great again through peace and justice for all. Lastly, Michiganders, I have two predictions for you for the next 6 months. Are you ready? Number one, the Detroit Lions will win the Super Bowl. Ready for the second prediction? I can't hear you. Are you ready? The second prediction is Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America.
So he was really enjoying himself, wasn't he? The Yemeni brother. I think he liked having that crowd in front of him. Robert, should we just get some news? Oh, Horace, I can see him there. I was going to just give up on Horace, but I can actually see him there. All right, let's bring him on stage while we've got him, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hope it's doing well. Hope this is doing well. Pleasure to see you guys.
Nice to see you.
So, of course, the elections have just come in. The polls and the votes are slowly coming in.
Can I just stop you, Horace, for a second?
Yep.
I think we should introduce you before you start, because you'll be kind of a new face to Five Pillars, regular Five Pillars viewers and readers. So Horace is actually training with us to be a journalist. So please wish him all the best, that he succeeds and that he becomes a pillar for Five Pillars and for the Ummah as well, inshallah. So actually Horace is he's on holiday at the moment. and I got him to work while he was on holiday. He's actually in Kosovo at the moment, so the internet might be slightly dodgy, I think. He's in a hotel in Kosovo. But I've got Haris on tonight because Haris is going to be regularly uploading some videos for us so that we can watch them, but also he's going to be giving us news updates and following those feeds that maybe Robert and I are a little bit too busy to follow. So Haris, fire away. What's been happening? What is the state of play at the moment?
So the votes are still coming in. Some of the polls have been closed, but we do have the initial, I don't know if you can see that, the initial map of the key states that are being won and the key states that Trump is leading. So, of course, in the states typically that swing towards in favor of Trump, they are swiftly coming out. So states like Indiana, Kentucky, Trump is currently in the lead in Virginia and also Florida. But for Harris, I mean, she's only won one state in Vermont. Of course, the votes are still coming in, so those numbers are definitely expected to change. So as for the electoral votes, Trump, I believe he has 19 electoral votes off the start, with Harris only having 3. The Stein from the Green Party, of course, has 0, as well as the Libertarian Party also with a whopping 0 electoral votes. So, of course, Harris was in the lead in Georgia, as we saw before, but literally just as we're speaking, Trump is now currently in the lead, as you can see, just above Florida there. So
is Georgia one of those swing states, Harris?
I believe it is, yeah. So obviously she was in the lead at the beginning. Now, obviously, Trump is taking the lead in there. It is really early, so we don't really have a guess on the overall predictions. So as things are unfolding, we will be keeping you up to date and showing the live results.
Are the two camps say anything? I saw Donald Trump a bit earlier today, basically insinuating that if he loses, it's because of cheating, because it would have all been rigged. Has any word? Are they sounding confident? Is the Harris camp sounding confident? Have you heard anything from them?
I mean, she's staying strong. I haven't heard anything as of yet, but she is staying strong to her words, saying the same rhetoric as she said before. I mean, Trump is always going to say, he's always going to have the default fallback position of, it's rigged, it's they're cheating, voter fraud, etc. So as the hours go by, we're going to definitely see more of the inflammatory remarks by Trump and the accusations of voter fraud. But so far, Trump is in the lead. So I mean, he's going to be quiet when it comes to that, and he's going to be celebrating. But obviously, that can change very, very quickly.
Okay, Harris. All right, I'll let you go, Harris, because I know you've got a lot of work to do, and you're going to come back in about an hour. And inshallah, if there are any good reactions on Twitter and elsewhere, just fling it on the site, and I'll show it to the viewers, inshallah. Okay.
Absolutely.
See you soon.
I'll see you soon, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Shall we go through a few comments, Robert, before we've got plenty to talk about, but it's a long night.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. I'd like to hear what the viewers are saying. It was interesting. Virginia there, it looks like Trump is in the lead there. It was sort of a pale red. Looking at the results from 2020, it was the Democrats that won in Virginia. So again, let's see how that plays out. It's way too early to tell, but it looks as if, if it stays red, that would be a very interesting development there as well. Possibly another swing state. So yeah, interesting. Could be a very interesting night.
We got DD saying that it's so funny to me when people from across the world actually think they know the American political system. They are unaware of the history of these parties completely. I mean, look, the Americans comment on what's happening everywhere else in the world, despite the fact that they've hardly ever left the shores of America, or probably even their own state. So why can't we comment on the American election? Because I've never been to America, but I probably know more about America just through dint of America being everywhere, on your TV screens, on everywhere, on Hollywood. We feel as though even those that have never been there, like us, like me, rather, I feel like I know America quite well, because America is everywhere, right? So I think I can comment, and especially given you have
Don't let him get away with that comment, because I actually came here with the same mentality. I mean, there are things about the American system which completely confuse me. And I made that clear to many Americans that I met. I don't even understand fully how the electoral college system works, and it'll take me time to figure it out. And the answer I got was, well, to be honest with you, most of us Americans don't even fully get the system ourselves half the time. So yeah, it's a very bizarre system, which a lot of Americans don't like, quite frankly, the electoral college and how you can win the unpopular vote, for example. This is a concept which has been condemned, and in the past, both of the parties at one time or another have actually tried to get rid of the system, and for one reason or another, it just hasn't worked. So, you know, it's one of those things. But the fact is, we talk about things happening all over the world. Everyone's talking about Gaza. So what, if we are not Palestinian, you shouldn't be allowed to talk about the situation in Gaza? Come on, it's a silly position to take.
We British Muslims can talk about America. But what about those, this electoral college system? Is it a bit like our kind of first past the post system here in Britain, where it's the opposite of proportional representation, right? So there's a lot of wasted votes, basically. Like, you know, under proportional representation, every vote counts. You'll get a certain amount of representation if you vote a certain way. Whereas in Britain, you know, for example, in the last election, I didn't vote for anybody, even though I wanted to vote, actually, because I felt it was a consequential election. And where I was living in Britain, there was no one to vote for, so I didn't vote. It would have been a wasted vote. So I'm guessing there's millions of wasted votes there in America. And not just that, in America, it's all about money, right? Whoever becomes president, it's all about money. It's all about lobbying, rich people who will fund your campaign, pay for those adverts, and they will make you president. So whoever becomes the president is in the pocket of these lobby groups.
Yes, absolutely. There's many problems with the system here. Americans talk about it openly all the time, but there are many problems with our system as well, what we complain about quite often ourselves. I think there's the way it is, some votes actually are more important actually than others, depending on what state you're in, according to the current system. So some votes actually have more power than others. That's how bizarre the system is here and how unfair it can be. But yes, absolutely. I mean, it's an imperfect system. I suppose its supporters would argue that it's the best of a bad selection of how human beings should govern themselves. But obviously, you know, many Americans I've spoken to have complained about it. And as you mentioned, the fact that there's big money in politics is heavily condemned by many Americans. No one particularly likes that fact. And the Green Party are, of course, very heavy on condemning big money in politics. Speaking to Jill Stein earlier, she actually was quite proud of the fact that the Green Party, like Five Pillars, is a grassroots organization which takes its funding directly from its supporters, from ordinary people. So they have a very humble budget in a similar way we do in comparison to the state-backed channels that we compete with in news and journalism. So again, something to admire the Greens for, perhaps.
Well, I don't think we do have to compete with those mainstream media because they're irrelevant and they're not doing what we're doing. We're doing Islamic journalism.
Yeah, we're the best. We're the best, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take some more comments. Let's spend about 5 minutes just on the comments before I move on, inshallah. So James Coburn, the famous actor, says, just saw a video on Twitter of Harris taking a call from a voter, except she accidentally showed the phone and it was a camera app. The whole thing was just an act. Oh, well, I can't verify that, but yeah, it's probably true. Giga says, voted for Stein. Inshallah, the Muslims of America send a message of solidarity tonight. Do you think there'll be a large Muslim, really briefly, Robert, will there be a large Muslim vote for Stein?
Yes, I think so. I have spoken to many Muslims here in Michigan, and the debate surrounding how Muslims should vote is a complicated one, and I think it's a very divisive debate. I think a lot of Muslims are in agreement that the Democrats have to be punished one way or another. But we've also seen some polling from CARE, for example, the Council of American Islamic Relations, that we reported on Five Pillars a couple of days ago, suggesting that actually a lot of Muslims in the US might still vote for the Democrats anyway, despite the year of genocide, simply out of tribal loyalties, perhaps, or old habits dying hard, a bit similar to how we saw many British Muslims shamefully standing by the Labour Party and campaigning for them even and voting for them despite a year of genocide. So that problem within our community is repeated here. But many Muslims will vote for the Greens for sure. How many, we'll have to see. I think that many Muslims might just boycott the election in general. And funnily enough, many Arab Americans appear to be interested in voting for Trump.
Yeah, my nightmare scenario is that it does come down to the Muslims, and the Muslims are the kingmakers, and they put Harris back in the White House after a year of genocide. And I don't think that is a far-fetched possibility as well. I mean, look, I mean, we're obviously playing up the role of Muslims as kingmakers a little bit because we're 5 pillars, but also because it has been talked about. But we know that there are many other minorities that could play a significant role, as well as majority communities. But I just think that the latest CARE poll said that 42% of Muslims that are going to vote will vote for Stein, right? And 42% will vote for Harris. It was neck and neck. So, I mean, if Muslims are ever going to abandon the Democratic Party, it should be now, right? After a genocide. And if that doesn't get through their thick skulls, sorry to be a bit abusive here, but I do think that Muslims that have voted for Harris are stupid, quite frankly, and culpable in many ways. Yeah, that's my nightmare scenario: is Harris gets back in the White House because that's the headline because of British Muslims. Sorry, American Muslims. Mukit says, are Roshan and Robert Carr running for president? Who would you vote for between? Well, I think you should vote for me because obviously I have the age and experience. Robert has the youth and inexperience.
Roshan's a bit unhinged at times. I don't know if I trust him in a position of significant power. I mean, head of 5 pillars is about enough that I trust him with, really. And even then, he sort of backs up at times.
I'd say the wrong thing, wouldn't I, at the wrong time? That's what I'm quite good at. So, but as long as people know who you are and you're genuine, that it doesn't matter. I mean, Trump gets away with everything, doesn't he? You know,
well, look, the easy answer for this is that Roshan's the presidential candidate and I'd be your vice president. So we tag team. We'd take over the world. We'd take over the world. No doubt about it.
You wouldn't be on my ticket, Robert. You wouldn't. You'd be making the tea. You'd be making the tea in my office. Maybe.
Yeah, that's Roshan's problem. He can't even keep his friends close, let alone his enemies.
Let's go on to a few more questions or comments. Giga. All right, Giga has a question. Alhamdulillah. Would Muslims have sent a sufficient message to Democrats if Harris wins the election but loses Michigan? Okay. Or will the pain only register if Harris ultimately loses? But look, I mean, I'll give you that question, Robert. But is the Muslim vote the decisive vote in Michigan? I mean, surely there are other communities that could decide it as well, right? In Michigan, I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually disputed, to be honest with you, just how powerful the Muslim vote actually is. If you look at the population of Michigan as a whole across the state, I think the Arab community only makes up about 3%. The Muslim community about 2.5%. So it's very small. But the question is, will Muslims mobilize in decent numbers on a local level, you know, where it matters? Could they take over, like, for example, the vote in Detroit, Dearborn, Hamtramck? They could all combine and create quite a force. And obviously, I think Muslims spread across the United States. There are some other areas where they could perform pretty well as well. To answer the question, absolutely, the Muslim vote might not have to be honest with you, I don't think it has the ability to say completely change the result. I wouldn't give it that much power simply because there aren't enough Muslims here. But if Muslims did ditch the Democrats in significant numbers, noticeable numbers, it would create very negative headlines for the Democrats. It would send a very strong message to the Democrats that Muslims are not that cheap. They're not going to just throw votes your way when you're massacring innocent Muslims and Arabs in Gaza and elsewhere and supporting that genocide that's taking place. So absolutely, at the minimum, that's the message that American Muslims should be sending to the Democrats. It's like we said during the general election in the UK, Roshan. You know, we have to focus our effort on one target with one clear message. The Labour Party was the target. That was the traditional home of Muslims. They had a significant Muslim support base, and we had to attack it, and we had to politically punish them. The Conservative parties couldn't give a toss if the Muslims boycotted them, because quite frankly, they had very few Muslim votes. But the Labour Party, it has affected them and were affecting them, and they were panicking at different stages, sweating, in fact, at the idea of a Muslim rebellion against them there. And I think that that can be replicated here. Whether it'll be as impactful, it depends. But certainly that seems to be the obvious objective. But unfortunately, some American Muslims appear to disagree with that. So we're going to have to wait and see how it turns out. But absolutely, if many Muslims vote for the Democrats, regardless of whether Harris wins or not, that's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
Sorry, Robert, just give me a second.
No, take your time. One thing I might throw in there, there are some talks of issues coming up, some headlines that are appearing out of certain states, like Michigan, actually. Talks of bomb threats at polling stations are being reported. Apparently, there's a police investigation underway after they arrested a man trying to enter the US Capitol with a flare gun. That's a headline that's popped up now. So one thing I think we should discuss tonight, Roshan, is the potential for violence in this election process. I think that that's something, a feature in American politics, unfortunately, political violence. That's something which we're much less used to in the UK. Presidents getting shot at, riots, the US Capitol being stormed. This is part and parcel of the political process here, and this is something which could be replicated again. To be honest, regardless of who wins, there could be groups coming out and causing trouble, whether Trump or Harris wins. That's something which I predict, to be honest with you. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Roshan.
Yeah, I think that if Trump loses, then his supporters are going to be mighty upset. And obviously we know that a lot of them are hillbillies and armed hillbillies, thick as two short planks, teeth. And yeah, I think two rigged.
You should go to the deep south and do some reporting, Roshan. That'll go down well.
I think
the hillbilly vote.
Two rigged stolen elections in a row is going to be too much for these inbreds, and they're going to get very angry at their wives, who are also their cousins,
their sisters, or whatever, yeah, or their mothers.
But yeah, no. Jokes aside, I think that there could be political violence, absolutely, and
I think it's going to happen either way. I think it's going to happen either way.
Take this line down. He's not going to accept defeat.
Well, he's already saying that they're cheating. I think you mentioned earlier, and they haven't even started yet. And he's like, they're stealing it. They've stolen it.
Robert, let's go through. Let's spend 5 minutes going through questions really quickly, if possible, because I'm getting a bit lost with these comments. So James Coburn, the actor back from the dead, says, if you really think Trump will stop the genocide of Muslims, then you're thicker than concrete. Yeah, I agree. His policies will be as bad or or even worse, possibly, than the Dems. Although he has said that he's urged Netanyahu to end the war. I'm not sure if he's just saying that to get a few more Muslim votes.
Quite a few people saying that they would vote for me. I haven't seen anyone saying they'd vote for Roshan. So you're off to a bad start.
Are you monitoring the YouTube feed as well?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking for any mention of my name. Of course, that's the priority for me.
Muslims have always had this white man complex, haven't they? The white man converts to Islam. They think, oh, that validates our religion. Our religion must be true because the great white man has converted to Islam. You know, so I think that's you sound like a hater, Roshan. You sound like an absolute hater just because I'm winning the election.
this fantasy election we've got going on.
HK has given us $4 or $5. Alhamdulillah, mate, way heavy on the scales. HK, I really appreciate that. So HK says the Electoral College is decided by dual citizenship Congress members. My vote, your vote don't matter. Popular vote don't count. LOL. Do you know what he means? Because I've got no idea what that means. Do you know what that means?
Electoral College is decided by dual citizenship.
Yeah, he's kind of making the same point we made. It's basically not a fair system.
Yeah,
we don't
it's not a fair system. Yeah, popular vote don't count. Yeah, that makes sense.
X100 says we'll speak about Americans, that is, until they stop involving themselves in the affairs of the Muslim world. Their actions directly affect us. Hear, hear. HK says 270 Electoral College votes decided by paid-off U.S. Congress members. Okay, all right, I get where you're coming from now. How amazing would it be to have a president like Jill for America? Sadly, it won't happen. But if only, let's see what kind of vote she gets, and we will play out that video, or snippets of the video that you did with her, the interview that you did with her only about an hour ago.
Yeah, I can answer a little bit more from that comment earlier about Jill Stein. I spoke to her and I asked her campaign manager honestly, what your hopes, what's the best case scenario for you guys, realistically speaking. And they said that in the last election, they only managed to amass, I think, like 1.5% of the vote nationwide. But they're hoping that if they can breach the 5% mark, then they would be entitled to a significant boost of state funding. Basically, they'd be considered a larger party, and they get a bigger piece of the pie, which would open up their ability to campaign more. And frankly, as we've mentioned earlier, money is a big feature in how these elections run. I mean, they've spent maybe tens of thousands on their campaign this year, whilst the Democrats perhaps have spent about $1 billion, sort of thing, well over $1 billion, I believe. So obviously the Greens really, any extra funding would be good. So they're aiming for a 5% achievement. They would be happy with that. That would be a success. And Jill Stein seemed confident. She called this a celebratory party, not just a watch party. So we'll have to wait and see how well they perform there.
Nassim asked, "What's Rob? What's Rob doing?" The gala bingo in Felton. You should probably explain. You should probably explain where you are, Robert.
Well, for anyone who's just joined, I'm in Michigan, the USA. I'm actually specifically in Dearborn, which is a Muslim-heavy part of Michigan, to witness the results live and also to communicate and to try and figure out how the Muslim vote is going to perform and who they're going to be voting for. So that's where I am. I know it looks a little bit like a gala bingo hall, but this is actually the Green Party watch party, they call it. So they're going to be sitting here watching the results come in throughout the night, and we'll be getting some food dished up shortly. So I might have to go and disappear for 5-10 minutes while I stuff my face.
Okay, Robert's family members here voting for him.
It's a rigged election. I'm surprised you haven't called it a rigged election. I'm stealing it from you.
Here we go. Here we go. Roshan, you're looking very vibrant tonight. You see, family member coming back on my side.
Yeah, he's had a shower. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I've had my yearly shower because it was my birthday today. All right. Samila says U.S. elections are just a farcical tick box exercise. Both parties have the same puppet masters. Absolutely. Ron Paul is the closest one to get rid of the Zionist occupation of USA government and get rid of the dual citizenship Israelis in government. Is that true? I'm not sure about Ron Paul. I'm not clued up on him at all. Yeah, I get the vote as the chairman. Tassin would vote for you. Oh, and Dilly gets a vote. Dilly, by the way, is not around today. Dilly was going to join us, by the way, brothers and sisters. This is Dilly Hussain, but he's actually in transit from Bangladesh. So his flight back to the UK from Bangladesh conflicts with this live. So he sends his apologies, but he can't actually join us tonight. He's en route at the moment, I think, to the airport, and his internet isn't good at all. So Dilly will not be joining us tonight. It would have been great to get his views. but I'm sure he will give his views on Twitter probably in the morning. Let's scroll down. Another generous donation here. Predictions. Okay, predictions. I mean, we did Muslims Uncensored about a week ago, and we both said Trump just about. I am thinking more and more. I don't know. I honestly don't know who's going to win this. But from the vibes coming out of the media the last few days, I'm thinking Harris might get this. On the other hand, I see a lot of evidence, including, I mean, I know betting is haram and gambling is haram, but I actually saw a tweet from a betting company which had Trump the clear winner. Betting companies usually, they don't want to throw their money away, right? So I honestly don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes either way. But the only thing I would predict is that if it's close, if it's really close, I think they'll rig it and give it to Harris. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, that's something which we should probably discuss tonight, is the conspiracy theory surrounding the system here and surrounding Trump and his race. Did the deep state try to assassinate Trump? Will they assassinate him if he wins, for example? Will they do a Kennedy on him? That's something worth discussing because it's something on people's minds here. I still believe that Trump's going to win this, so I'll keep my prediction the same. I don't ask me why. It's just a gut feeling that I'm going with. It is incredibly close. I don't think anyone can really tell, but just the fact that I don't know, he seems to have a great deal of momentum. And speaking to many Americans here, including Muslim Americans, to be honest with you, I think a lot of people are finding it very difficult to vote for Harris for one reason or another. And I've seen a lot more Trump flags and banners since arriving here in Michigan than I have Harris. And again, Michigan is a state which traditionally was quite a safe democratic state. It's only become a swing state really in the past couple of elections. Before that, it was part of the so-called blue wall, which was considered a safe state for the Democrats. But unfortunately, now it's a swing state. So I don't know. I still feel as if there's enough momentum in Trump's campaign to win. Perhaps the unpopular vote, not the popular vote, he might not win that, but he could still win the Electoral College, which is exactly what he did previously, which got him to the White House. Right.
So I think that 20-minute answer was your roundabout way of saying Trump, right? In one word, Trump. Right.
It is Trump.
All right. I'm going to say Harris just for the sake of being contrary. But the true answer is I actually don't know. I honestly have got not a clue, because normally we go into these elections with a pretty good idea of who's going to win. But we genuinely don't tonight. We genuinely don't. Master Akbar says Imam Tom Fachen on the Thinking Muslim. It's funny you should say that, Master Akbar, because actually Tom Fachen is going to be joining us in about less than an hour's time, in about 15 minutes time. So inshallah, you'll have the opportunity to ask some questions. But Imam Tom Fachen said Kamala is ideologically wed to Zionism, which is true, while Trump is opportunistic Zionist. Well, I would slightly disagree with that. I think that Trump, you see, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is the guy that he outsources Middle Eastern policy to. And Jared Kushner is a hardcore Zionist fanatic, pro-settler, pro-Greater Israel, etc., etc. And ultimately, Trump will just say to Jared Kushner, get on with it. And, because of that reason, I think Trump himself might not be as committed a Zionist as his son-in-law, but he's a guy that just says, delegates, right? Just get on with it, do what you want. And the fact is, during Trump's first term, he delivered several strategic victories to Israel, such as those normalization deals with the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, etc., and paving the way for a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia, which is still on the table. Let's get a few more questions in. Rehan says, in the era of McCarthyism, people's loyalties were questioned. Now in an era where politicians have dual citizenship, why are they not charged with treason for going against the interests of the USA? I've been talking to people with maybe Israeli American citizenship, I'm not sure. Mukit says, voting is to delude people into believing they are represented in the system. We might have a video we can play quickly about that, because I know that you met some Muslims. Oh, actually, we haven't got it. It's not there yet. Maybe you can tell us about it, Robert, because you met quite a few Muslims who said that voting's haram and they don't want to vote. And I think the of American Muslims, that kind of not voting segment will be as significant as any other segment, right?
Yes, quite possibly. There are a lot of Muslims here that have made clear that they're just not going to vote for anyone. They're not particularly impressed with any candidate for various reasons. And to be honest, they have quite a strong case to make to defend that, and I don't fault them. I've always said that the lesser of two evils argument is one that I don't particularly like. And I think that Muslim Americans are just sick of the situation in Gaza. And I think that they feel that everyone in the main two parties is to blame and that there's no fixing it ultimately. So just boycotting the system is perhaps the best message that they can send to the establishment, that, you know, we're not going to engage with you because we think you're all a bunch of criminals, essentially, is the viewpoint. But I did speak to some Muslim activists who were canvassing actually on the streets of Dearborn over the weekend. They were advocating for not voting, but not for that reason alone. They genuinely believe that it's haram to get involved in the electoral process of any country, especially one that's non-Muslim. So obviously this is Dar al-Kufr, and Muslims' responsibility is not, in their opinion, to get involved in electing non-Muslim leaders and getting involved in non-Muslim political processes. And they have their religious interpretation of the, they have their own Islamic backing for their viewpoint. You know, they refer to the Quran and Sunnah to back up their argument, and it is a legitimate viewpoint. We have to remember that. I know a lot of our viewers might be politically minded Muslims that would strongly disagree with that opinion, but it is a legitimate opinion. There's no doubt about that, and I can again totally understand that argument, because we have to remember as Muslims that Islam is our way, regardless of wherever we live in the world. Allah is the one who provides for us, and you know, everything is from Allah's will at the end of the day, and we have to remain patient. Sometimes we'll be on top of things, sometimes we'll be oppressed and marginalized, but that is the nature of the dunya, essentially. So our putting our faith and trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is definitely the right thing to do. Putting our faith in Western politics, Western politicians to get us what we need is, you know, a flawed strategy, to say the least.
Okay. So At-Tariq says, oh, bless you, brother. You've given us $20. May Allah bless and reward you for that. Tariq says, the American Muslims are unique. There is this unique nationalism being American Muslim, and they're fairly wealthy compared to Muslims in Europe. The Yemeni Imam who endorsed Trump, he just wants to shut the Houthis down. So he's got a narrow agenda there, apparently, to anti-Houthi agenda, possibly. I can't comment on that. But what I will say is that's true. I think British Muslims, we are quite poor compared to the rest of the population, and we have a closer knit community. We live quite close with each other in cities like Birmingham, London, Manchester, Bradford, etc. Whereas American Muslims are more affluent. Maybe apart from Dearborn, they're spread out around the country. So there's a different kind of vibe going on between American and British Muslims. Is that what you've noticed there, Robert?
Yeah, it is very different. It's very unique. I think that Muslims here have quite a wonderful community, actually. To be honest with you, I don't know. I think that the good qualities of American Muslims is, you know, how they interact with one another and how they get on. I think they've been less affected by sectarianism, for example. The British Muslim community has been heavily affected, I think, because of you know, the Syrian civil war, for example, still has a lot of damage to the community, but here it's not felt that way so much. So I think that there are good qualities about American Muslims, but I think what we are strong in as British Muslims is our activism, the fact that we're unapologetic in our beliefs, and we're much more willing to go out and stand up for ourselves, protest if necessary, for our rights and for our beliefs. American Muslims, I think, could be a bit shy, a bit sheepish, and perhaps even a bit gutless at times. Certainly in the past, I think that's been proven to be the case. But there are efforts being made, I think, to try and ratify that now, especially with the genocide going on. So, we have to respect their effort and hope that it's actually going to make some kind of impact. It will be very damning, though, if the Democrats win and many Muslims back them.
I just think we're better organized here in the UK than American Muslims. That's my gut feeling. Is that,
Yes.
like say, for example, when the Five Pillars says something, we actually have an influence. I'm not saying that everyone is going to agree with us and we're all going to get into line, and queue up and do what we say. But we do have an influence, and the leadership of the British Muslim community does have an influence over others. Whereas I think in America, maybe it's not such the case. The American Muslims just not as organized as we are.
I think that there's a lot of room here for Five Pillars, to be honest with you. I think that we should be here much more than we are. So perhaps that's something, I mean, that's pressure on you, Roshan, to continue expanding the brand and to try and get some kind of...
Why should we go to America? What's your pitch to me? To put America?
I mean, if I'm going to be frank with you, Roshan, I think that they need educating. I think perhaps they need encouragement. I think that our editorial line, for example, is something which they desperately need, to be honest with you. I can't think, I've actually asked around about local Muslim media that would, say, compete with us if we were to move into the market more so, maybe even have a correspondent out here in the future. And to be honest, they came up pretty short. There aren't any really unapologetic, hard-hitting, and quality-driven Muslim journalist platforms, to be honest with you.
Is there are there enough news stories in America for Five Pillars to cover? I mean, it's few, and obviously in election time there is, but outside of election time,
no, there is a lot of stories. There's a lot of stories, many stories that we miss, actually, to our shame. There's Islamophobia here that's quite prominent. People getting attacked, obviously, and there's also there is political activism. There has been pro-Palestine demonstrations happening. And of course, it's a large country where the Muslim community spread across. So if we had the ability to cover all of that news, there would be a lot. There would be a lot. Studies done. Yeah, there's a lot. There's just as much here as you'd find in Europe, I think. I think there's a big market here. And I think that if we were to break in, we could make a serious impact. There's no doubt about it. Unfortunately, a lot of Muslims I spoke to didn't actually know who Five Pillars were. And I think that that's a real shame. Because my time here, everyone's been loving the work I've done simply because we were willing to platform like anti-Zionist views, for example, which is something local Muslims here were a bit shocked by. A platform actually willing to put it out there and to platform that view. It's not something that they see very often.
Will we get banned? Because I mean, I know that America has lots of freedom of speech compared to the UK, even more. I mean, crazy freedom of speech. You can just say whatever you want, and that's why we've got Trump as ex-president. But yeah, do you think that we'll get banned and for being anti-Zionist and stuff like that?
Obviously, America claims to be a free speech country, and they do have a lot of media here, including social media platforms, which are large. They push conspiracy theories and things like that. But at the same time, we also know that there is a limit, especially on Muslim speech, which tends to see censorship come into play when it relates to Muslims, right-wingers and mainstream media not so much. So who knows, maybe we do, but that would only reflect positively on us, I think, if our coverage wound up the American establishment. So yeah, I think we should come here and give it a go, quite honestly.
I think I might read out some of the news, both from our researcher there in the background and from the news feeds. Inshallah, we've got a guest joining us in a few minutes' time, Shadi al-Masri. But yeah, so at the moment, the result is, it's not the result, but the results so far indicate that Donald Trump has 90 electoral votes. He needs 270 to win, and Harris only has 27. But that might be because I'm going to mute you for a second, Robert, because it's a bit noisy where you are. Yeah, that might be because only certain states have basically closed their polls. But the headline so far is Trump on 90, Harris on 27. The winner is the first to 270. Polls have closed in the key swing state of Georgia. Trump is projected to win in traditionally Republican states like Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky. Harris has already won the Democratic strongholds of Vermont. In terms of the issues on the campaign trail, exit polls show that the economy and democracy were the main issues, as well as things like abortion. And Gaza was still one of the main issues, but wasn't the main issue, foreign policy in Gaza. Americans are also picking members of the US Congress tonight, and some states are also voting on abortion rights, which has been a big issue in this campaign. So your reaction to that, Robert, before our guest comes on, inshallah? Trump on 90 so far, and Harris on 27. Sorry, 20.
Yeah, so obviously it's still early days. I think that we have yet to see the results of some key swing states. So let's see how the night plays out. But what you mentioned about the fact that abortion has played a key role in this campaign, among other issues, I think one of the things that Trump has got going in his favor is the fact that he's been very outspoken on many issues, which are, culturally conservative issues, and that's played into his strengths, especially when looking at the Muslim vote. Many Muslims that I've spoken to who are considering or have voted for Trump, apart from this idea that he's some kind of anti-war candidate, that's something which has been mentioned many, many times, is that ultimately, the Republicans are conservative on issues related to, same gender stuff, the trans issue. Trump has spoken out about that, how he only believes in two genders and he's going to make that official as president. And then also this abortion thing is featured very heavily here. I'm not sure exactly why abortion this time around has played out so much so. I think Trump has made a real issue out of it and has kind of created a debate surrounding it. But again, it's worked in his favor, certainly with religious voters, because obviously they see that as murder, basically.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of secular, non-religious voters as well in America. I mean, America is a more religious country than Britain, but still, I think at least 50% of the population is non-religious over there. And a lot of them, especially older ones, they're just used to having the right to kill babies, right? They have the right to have that right for a long time to kill their unborn babies, and they're used to it, and they want the younger children to also have that right. Robert, you just quickly got something to say, and then I'm going to update the news.
Well, just that, other people who are supportive of Trump, like Tucker Carlson, for example, a very well-known commentator who's very popular here in the States, he has referred to it as human sacrifice, to be honest with you. So he would have lobbied Trump for sure on this issue in order to pursue it, I'm sure. And Trump, again, has spoken passionately in condemnation of abortion. He's actually stated that there should be some kind of punishment if women go ahead and do it. So it's interesting how it's been a big feature in this election, because obviously this is something that we dare not discuss in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, from the Islamic point of view, there are certain circumstances like I think maybe rape or incest, or if the mother's life is in danger, or some other limited circumstances where abortion is allowed. But the general principle is that life is sacrosanct, and that lifestyle choice abortion is haram and it's murder. And I 100% believe it should be punished. So I'm going to go through the Google Doc, which our researcher in the background, Kamal, who's in Beirut. It's a very international flavor to this live stream tonight, brothers and sisters. So Kamal has diligently been putting together some notes for me to read out. So I'm going to do that now. But I'm only going to go back about 20 minutes because there's been so many notes here, and I can't possibly read everything out. So most voters are concerned about post-election violence. That's what the poll shows. As we were saying earlier, especially if it's a post-election, especially if maybe Trump loses, could there be some violence happening in the USA? I'm going to mute Robert so that we can have some quiet as I'm speaking. Obviously, there's the Capitol attack on the 6th of January 2020. So that has increased people's concerns. 71% of voters are concerned that there will be some kind of violence. Kamala Harris's supporters are more concerned than Donald Trump's over that. I guess because Harris's supporters are less likely to do the violence, probably. Harris is watching the election results at Howard University under tight security. Many young people are voting, apparently. I think there is going to be a high voter turnout. Lots of first-time voters, Al Jazeera is reporting. Swing states, the swing is towards Republicans in Florida. So I think Florida has a lot of electoral votes. I can't remember how many. But with 59% of the results now in, the data stream seems to show a win for Trump or a projection for Trump. That is not official yet, but obviously that will be a significant win for Trump. I think he did win it last time as well. It is traditionally quite Republican. Election workers, what else? I'm just skipping through a few notes here. The Democrats hold the Senate, the upper house of the US Congress, 51 seats to 49, but West Virginia was one of those seats, and they've now lost it to the Republicans. So the Republicans could take Congress. Let's see. People aren't focusing so much on that, but there's also a parallel election going on, as well as the presidential elections. The polls have closed in another wave of US states, including Michigan. Robert, any idea of how Michigan is going?
Not at the moment. I haven't had a chance to check the exit polls. So perhaps we can come back to that. I wonder if Harris also. There is. Let's have a look at the headlines. I wonder.
Robert, we're just losing you a little bit. You might want to rejoin or something, but no, I can see now it's fine. Now, alhamdulillah, we've got our guest on, so let's get our guest on, inshallah. I'll mute you, Robert, for the time being. Assalamu alaikum, brother Shadi Al-Masri.
Wa alaikum salam. Alhamdulillah, how are you?
I'm fine, alhamdulillah. We're just trying to get to grips with the American electoral system. Let me introduce you, brother, before we get into it, inshallah.
Sure.
And we'll give Robert a little bit of a break there. Robert's in Michigan at one of the watch-along parties with the Green PR party, I believe.
Nice.
So Dr. Shadi Al-Masri was born and raised in New Jersey. He began studying the traditional sciences rigorously at the age of 18 after a summer in Fez, Morocco. Since then, he studied all over the world, including the Hadramaut in Yemen, in Makkah and Medina, also in the good old Blighty here, London, Cairo, and New Jersey, of course. Currently, Dr. Al-Masri is a scholar in residence and Director of Education and Community Affairs at the New Brunswick Islamic Center in New Jersey. He's also the founder and head of the Safina Society, which is an institution dedicated to the cause of traditional Islamic education in the West. And Five Pillars viewers will recognize, I believe, Dr. Al-Masri, because I think you were on Dilly's podcast about 6 months ago, or maybe a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, it was like last summer or 2 summers ago.
Oh, 2 summers, so a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy that you've joined us here. And yeah, just give us your take. And obviously, the results are still coming in. The Trump looks like he's in the lead, but it's still early days. What are your views? What's your take, inshallah?
Well, I don't know what did you guys cover the polls that aren't working in Pennsylvania?
No, we didn't.
Okay, you need to check that out because Pennsylvania is one of the most important swing states, and some of the machines aren't working.
Wow.
So that's some juicy stuff.
Is it rigged? Is it rigged? Are they rigging it?
I mean, you don't know what's going on, right?
My God.
I felt like it could be one of those Gore Bush things where it goes deep into the night, and nobody knows what's going on, and it could go even further, days out, and say like we didn't count the mail-in ballots and all that. It could get sloppy. You never know.
Yeah. I doubt if we're going to get a result tonight, to be honest. We're being a bit optimistic, but I think this could go on for days. But what's your hunch? I mean, let me ask you 2 questions.
Yeah.
What's your hunch? What's going to happen? Who's going to win? And what do you make of the American Muslim vote? I must admit, being a bit of a snobby Brit, we sometimes look at Americans and we think, American Muslims, we think, oh, you're not as organized as the British Muslims, and you're a bit all over the place, and you're not going to be able to get a block vote together like we did in the UK elections earlier this year. How do you think how do you think this is going to go, and how do you think American Muslims are going to come out of this?
Well, here's one perspective, right? In 2016, nobody would publicly, if you said you were pro-Trump in 2016, you're fringe. It's pretty much acceptable today for people to say pro-Trump. Okay. Let's go back to 2016. Clinton was far stronger and had far more support. The newspapers, the TV channels, they were all openly, willingly endorsing Clinton. You don't have that for Kamala. A lot of newspapers didn't. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm with a bunch of clowns. I have some weird friends, but that's okay. Okay, but Kamala has far less support than Clinton did.
Yeah,
and yet he won that one.
Yeah.
So this time around, I expect also a landslide victory. That's what I expect.
For who? For Trump.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw that. I'm not saying I'm rooting for that, but that's what I expect.
All the polls say that it's neck and neck, dead heat, and
all these polls were dead wrong last time too.
Sorry,
these polls were dead wrong in 2016 too.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way,
mainstream media over the last few days has been pulling strongly for Harris. They're saying all the momentum is with Harris. I mean, if it is close, this could get very messy, right? So
I mean, it's a crapshoot, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You have no one knows where things are going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you're predicting Trump. That's the same as Robert, our colleague there in Michigan, who I believe you know.
Yep.
And I said Harris, not with any conviction, simply because I think Trump is still the kind of the anti-establishment candidate to a certain extent, and a lot of vested interest in America. They don't want this to go to Trump. So I think the only way this is going to go to Trump is if it is a clear-cut victory. But what about American Muslims? There was this, I don't know whether you saw this CARE poll that came out a few days ago, which said that 42% of American Muslims are going to vote for Stein, 42% for the Democrats, 18 or something for Trump, or less than that for Trump. That surprised me because, I mean, after a genocide in Gaza, which has been going on for a year, 42% of American Muslims are still going to vote for the Dems.
Well, how did CARE conduct the poll? Did they email it out?
I'm not sure. It was a small sample, like 1,000 people.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically they sent it to their mailing list, right? Well, who's on the CARE mailing list? Probably activists, right? People who care about that stuff, and they will probably lean Democrat anyway, right? But the truth of the matter is, most Muslims vote. They're in states that are fixed. Where are Muslims? Illinois, New Jersey, Texas, California. Those are your four biggest pockets, right? All their states are set. New Jersey's set is always blue. Illinois is always blue. California is always red. Texas is always red, right? So 80% of Muslims' votes are not going to influence the election. Michigan is the only one that I think we all are in agreement that they have some more value.
Yeah.
Way back in 2001, it was the Muslims of Florida that was a swing state. It's no longer a swing state.
So, I mean, in terms of the two candidates who can win this thing, who do you think is better in terms of the interests of the Ummah, both in America and across the world, especially in the Middle East?
It's just which one is worse.
Yeah.
It's not going to make a difference, right? Netanyahu's not going to listen. I think that I really like the saying that we should only think about one thing. What is the impact on Gaza? We shouldn't think about any other thing. That's the most important. And in that case, neither of the best meme I saw was a red flipper, U.S. flag, right? Red and white stripes in one flipper, blue stars on the other flipper, right? And that's it. It's the same thing. If we care only about Gaza, neither of these two is going to change Netanyahu. They can't.
What did you make of Mehdi Hassan's argument about the lesser of two evils? and Harris being the lesser of two evils, despite the genocide.
You can make that argument. The only problem is that how are you going to allow? It's not a great policy to stick to one party the whole time, right? You have no negotiating power. That's the main issue with that. And then on top of that, it could be the lesser of two, but you just got totally disrespected, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're a laughing stock, aren't you? Because if you're not going to abandon the party over genocide, you're never going to abandon the party.
That's it. That's exactly the point. You literally lost any chance to ever talk again. No one will ever. Why should anyone listen to you? We literally slaughtered your people.
Yeah.
Or maybe they didn't do it themselves, but we allowed it to happen. Yeah. That's the argument. They're going to make the argument back, by the way. They have a decent argument. They're going to say that we have so many people in the White House and we'll lose all that with Trump. That's their argument.
I'm going to be rude and ask you, did you vote and who for or not?
To be honest with you, I was going to vote. I probably shouldn't say that I never got it really motivated enough to, but I would have voted probably for one of the third-party candidates. And that's basically what I would have went for. And it just so happened that I just never got the chance to, but that's what I would have urged.
Yeah.
Problem is that I encouraged it, but at the end of the day, it's going to be very, very minimal or impact.
Yeah, I mean, when Robert's been, trawling the streets of Dearborn these last few days, he's come across quite a few Muslims that say they're not going to vote. Some because they believe voting's haram, and others because they don't believe, that they're not going to make a bad choice. There's no good choice for them.
Yeah.
And I think we have to address this because I think out of all the American Muslims, there's going to be a large chunk of them, perhaps as large a chunk as those who vote for Stein or Harris, that aren't going to vote at all. So what do you make of that?
I can't blame them, right? I mean, I'm totally into the idea of being involved in the process. I'm with it, right? It's just that there's no clear path. There's no clear, but like, how do I be involved? In what way should I be involved that's going to be effective? Especially when your state is given. We're not in a swing state. We're not in a relevant state.
You're in New Jersey, right?
Yeah,
so New Jersey is what is it? Is it Dem or is it?
Yeah, it's always Democrat. It's always Democrat.
Your vote doesn't count for anything in New Jersey, basically.
You're going to go Democrat, yeah. But within the state for governor, it could go either way.
Yeah.
But in the general elections, it always goes to the blue side of things.
Sheikh Shadi, I want to ask you, because I know that you know the UK very well. I think you used to live here for a while, you studied here, etc. How would you make the comparison between UK Muslims and American Muslims? Do you think I'm right in saying that maybe our community is a little bit more advanced in terms of our religiosity and our cohesiveness, our leadership, etc., than American Muslims? And what would be your vision for American Muslims going forward?
The thing about UK is like your guys are packed up.
Yeah.
You're almost the same exact numbers as us, but you're packed up. It's probably much easier to work together when you're packed up, but it's also much easier to be divisive. So I think like religiously, they tend to be in pockets that are very strong, but also very divided up. And I think that if you were to compare that with us, we're the opposite in both. Like we tend not to go to I don't want to say extremes, but we tend to want to gravitate towards the middle, right? And we try to break down these walls of division between us.
Yeah.
And so UK Muslims oftentimes come to our masjid there and say, oh my gosh, that guy's from that group or that minhaj or something. And we're like, yeah, he's part of the community because, we have to be together. So that's one thing. On the political side, I think you've been around a lot longer, right? Maybe 50 to 60 years longer. Yes. So they had that advantage, right? You have that advantage. And you have a smaller government too.
Yeah.
Like the U.S. government is so vast. I mean, it's ridiculously huge. To have an impact in this, it's like a continent. To have an impact is going to take so much money, so much manpower, right? And your competition in terms of just finances is so high. So it's a uphill battle for sure.
Is it a stereotype to say that maybe we're a bit more religious than you guys as well? I know this is an awful thing to say, but I need to address it because it's a stereotype in my head, even in the sense that when I look at American Muslims, I see this LGBT nonsense that a lot of prominent American Muslims seem to be allied with LGBT groups. That just wouldn't happen here in the UK. Are you guys more liberal religiously than we are?
I think so. I think what you see in London would probably be more representative of what you'd see in a general American scene.
Right.
And the way I get it is that blue-collar workers came from Pakistan and Bangladesh and India and Somalia to England, right? And they tended to be a lot more just religious. The opportunity to go astray was not there. Whereas when you're wealthy, when you're educated, you're university educated, and you have an upward mobility, and you don't have the multicultural philosophy where all the Somalians live in one area and the Moroccans live in another area, Turks live. We know that you're all mixed up. The opportunity to become more liberal and is there, so that happens.
Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I am here. Yeah.
So, Robert, I'm actually going to get you maybe just to have a chat with Sheikh Shadi while I maybe go through some of the comments and see if there's any questions for Sheikh Shadi. I think we've got him for another maybe 5 minutes. Is that okay, brother? You got 5 minutes more with us? So, yeah. Robert, have a chat with your friend because I know you two are me.
Yeah, we're very good friends. Yeah. It's weird to be in the same country, but not being able to see each other. So I'm close to you, but still so far away. Which I'm very sad to say, but I have to say I'm enjoying my time here. It's sort of something I shouldn't really admit to Roshan. He'll give me a telling off when I'm back in the UK. But up here, I don't know. Have you been to Dearborn, Michigan?
Dearborn is a gorgeous place. Every Muslim in America's got to visit at some point.
Yeah, I have to say I think I made the right decision because Roshan basically said to me, "I want you to cover the elections. I don't know where you're going to go. Pick a spot. As long as it's good and you do good work, make it happen."
I mean, Michigan, it is a bit overcast, but it's exciting when you get there. There's so much activity.
Yeah, absolutely. I've really benefited, I think, from all the Yemeni stuff. So loads of Arabs here, loads of Lebanese. So I've just been fattening up nicely. I basically told my wife, "You might not recognize me at the airport. There's going to be a big fat guy waiting to be collected. That's your husband." But yeah, we already had a good talk, I think. Has your prediction changed? I mean, I still back Trump. I think that Trump's going to win this, but it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, well, if I compare it to 2016, he's coming into it with far more support, and just from the eye test. And the eye test counts maybe 75%. Could still be wrong, but in comparison, he has more. There's so many supporters, far more than Harris supporters, just from what I see. It's my own personal poll, right? So I mean, what is it worth? Who knows? We'll see, but that's what I think.
Do you? I mentioned this to Roshan earlier. It seems as if there's real potential for more political violence, regardless of who wins. To be honest with you, I think there'll be fanatics on both sides of the divide. Either of the Harris supporters who think Trump's a Nazi and he's a fascist taking over, and then of course there's the Trump supporters who might storm the Capitol again, and of course are already claiming that the election might be getting stolen from them, or there's election vote rigging taking place. Do you think we could see violent scenes in the next day or two?
Well, if Harris is declared a winner, all the Trump people will hit the streets, right? When you got people in the streets, stuff is going to spill over, right? I don't know how, but they are planning stuff. Some of the papers were talking about stuff that they were planning to do. Who knows if it's just stupid talk? But what I do believe is that they're not going to let it go. They're going to hit the streets. And if they hit the streets, stuff is going to happen, right? Little skirmishes here and there. It's going to blow over. People's energy doesn't just dissipate. It's not going to dissipate. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see the next American Civil War coming about at some point. Who knows?
I mean, I watched the movie. Did you watch the movie? Civil War?
No, it's a newer movie. You mean? I've watched
Yeah.
Gettysburg. I've watched an actual historical movie called Gettysburg.
No, there was a movie out on Civil War. It turned out to have nothing to do with politics, but it tried to show what the country would look like in the case of a civil war. The country's so huge. It's like, how is anything like this possible? But what is possible is just unrest, just people. When a team loses a championship after they expect to win, in this country, they flip cars, they burn cars, they go crazy. If the Trump folks lose, stuff is going to happen. That's my guess. And all we can speculate, but that's what I think is going to happen.
What do you think about Michigan? I know you're not based here. Do you think that they'll swing Trump way again? They helped get him elected last time around, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they're gonna. I think it was like, as much as I felt like supporting the Democrats, despite the genocide, was not a bright idea, because you give up any opportunity to ever talk again, right? But also the other side doesn't make any sense either, right? Supporting Trump doesn't make any other sense either. The stuff that he said to Miriam Adelson and AIPAC and how much he's showed their love, that's really where his love lies. He just needs a couple thousand extra votes from Michigan, so he'll say anything for that.
Okay. Robert, I'm going to wrap it up, inshallah. So, Sheikh Shadi, thank you very much for coming on. Really a pleasure to see you. Inshallah, when you come to the UK next, we should definitely meet up and have a coffee and let's get together. I know that Dilly and Robert have both met you now, but I haven't. So I would like that pleasure at some point in the future, inshallah.
Inshallah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Have a good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
Allah ma'ak.
What was I going to say? I think we're going to get a guest on very shortly. Maybe we can get Haris on. Haris is actually he's actually uploaded a video, so I think we should play a snippet of your Jill Stein interview. That will also give us a little bit of an opportunity, maybe just get some water and have a slight.
How long is that interview file? Can you tell?
It's only 3 minutes long. So inshallah, brothers and sisters.
I'm next to a sandwich store, so I'm gonna dive for a sandwich, I think.
Okay, so Rob's gonna stuff his face while we watch him interview Jill Stein, who is the Green Party candidate.
Okay.
Let's begin. So, thank you very much for speaking to me first of all. Could you just tell me what are your thoughts in the lead up to the big day?
This is a victory celebration for us. This is not a watch party. This is a victory party. In my view, this is a victory for humanity. This is a victory for those of us for whom genocide is absolutely unacceptable. The genocide being carried out by Israel against the people of Gaza. This is a moral outrage. The American people and the people of the world strongly oppose this. In fact, some 52 nations, I think, just put out a letter today calling for a weapons embargo to Israel, which we certainly support, and which the American people support as well from the United States. So how outrageous is it that the world has a consensus on this, which is consistent with human rights and justice, and yet the U.S. government and both of the major party candidates in this race are going full bore, not only in the genocide, but also pledging allegiance to Bibi Netanyahu and the aims of the apartheid state of Israel. So this is an assault on democracy as well as an assault on children and the future of humanity. So to my mind, it's really wonderful that we have been able to stand up and that so many people of conscience and goodwill across many religions and across no religions. This is about basic core human values, whether people are Muslim, Christian, Jewish, atheist, agnostic. It doesn't matter. These are basic core human values, and international law that are being violated right now by the government of the United States. So we need a political challenge to this government that's been bought and paid for by Wall Street and the war machine and the likes of AIPAC. So to my mind, it is such a triumphant moment that against enormous odds, being outspent here, 500 to 1, that we the people are rallying. And a big shout out and thank you to the Muslim community who has stood up fearlessly with incredible courage from the very start. The likes of Abandon Biden, which then became Abandon Harris, was such a principled movement from the very beginning. It has really, I think, inspired an unstoppable coalition that is only just getting underway right now.
It's quite refreshing to hear that, isn't it, from an American politician, the anti-Zionist rhetoric. But yeah, for me, it would be kind of, if I was going to vote in the US elections, I think I would have voted for Stein. Either that or not voted at all. Yeah, I think, Harris, you've just uploaded a video here, but I think we'll get you on quickly just to give the viewers an update. And I can see that Imam Tom Fachen has joined in the background as well. We'll get Imam Tom on in about 2 or 3 minutes, inshallah. So Harris, let's get you on. What's the news? What's happening?
Yeah, so we have a few, obviously the tensions are brewing. As we mentioned, there has the potential for, the ramifications on social cohesion across the nation with violent outbursts across. So we have in the US Capitol a man, quote unquote, smelling like fuel, carrying a torch and a flag, and was arrested. Most probably a Trump supporter, but I can't confirm. Earlier today, we actually had a few bomb threats in Georgia, which is a key battleground state. And according to the official, it actually comes from Russia. The bomb threat comes from Russia. So there is a video. I don't know if we have time for it.
Shall I play it out quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only a minute long, so let's do that. Inshallah, Imam Tom, thank you for your patience.
Threats at only places that we've heard about, the one bomb threat. Have you heard of any other verifiable threats at any point places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So,
yeah.
Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mystery.
I mean, I kind of, Harris, I kind of tend to take that with a bit of a pinch of salt. The idea that Russia would bomb the US presidential election. I mean, that is an act of war, right? So I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm over the tooth here, but I find that difficult to believe.
It's also not the only accusation. In Pennsylvania, we also have accusations of fraud. So there's a really interesting Trump quote.
Oh, wow.
Talking about a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. Now, of course, we know when it comes to Philadelphia, the machines actually stopped counting the votes. So it's very coincidental that Harris is actually in the lead. So she's at 63%. Trump is at 33%. So Trump is losing in Pennsylvania.
I see trouble brewing. What's the score? What's the latest score? What's the results?
Trump is currently on. Let me just get it up here. So this isn't completely updated, but the updated thing is Trump has 101 electoral votes and Harris with 52. When it comes to the votes, Harris is at 45% and Trump is just about 10% above that with 18 million votes. So the votes are sort of almost neck and neck. But when it comes to the electoral votes, Trump is in the lead at the moment.
So are these, finally, before I let you go, Harris, and we get Imam Tom on, is this an indicator of how things could going, or could it looks like Trump is in the lead at the moment, right? Could that flip completely?
It does look like that, yeah.
All right. Okay.
And I think, as we mentioned, a potential landslide as well. A lot of people are expecting a landslide from Trump.
Okay. All right. We'll get you back in an hour or so for an update, inshallah. That's Haris Tagari from Kosovo. He's in Kosovo today on holiday, but I made him work while he was on holiday. Imam Tom Fachen, let's get him on, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Tom. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, doing well. Just came from another live stream program.
Okay. Which one was that? Can I ask?
That was for the Abandon Harris campaign, yes.
Right. Okay. So you're with the Brits now. Yeah.
Right.
We've got
y'all are up late for an American election.
Yeah. No. Well, we'll do it throughout the night. Absolutely. This is part of our job. We've got Robert there in Michigan, our colleague. We sent him there to Michigan, and he's been reporting for us for the last few days. But yeah, I really wanted to get your take on things, simply because I've seen you on so many British podcasts that I thought I needed to get you on. And I saw you on Jalal's, our friend Jalal's podcast recently as well. And yeah, some interesting predictions. How do you think it's going? Who do you think is going to win? I've got two questions to ask you.
Sure.
What's your hunch? Who do you think is going to win? And the second question is, how do you think American Muslims are going to vote? And how they're going to come out of this?
That's good. So, Bismillah, alhamdulillah, I have said on previous programs, Paul asked me this from Blogging Theology, and Jalal asked me this as well. And I have felt for some time now that Trump will win in a landslide. This feels very much to me like the 2016 election, where the Democrats came in with a very similar style campaign. They basically ran on the proposition that Trump was a fascist and the end of democracy. Hillary was a war hawk. She was a centrist. She was trying to play up to the right center to try to pinch votes off of the Republicans in that way. She was not seen as having a very authentic base. Most of the support was anti-support. It was people that really didn't like her very much. It was people that were voting against Trump. A very, very similar campaign to Harris's campaign in 2024. And the dramatic backdrop of what's going on in Palestine and the frustration that not just Muslims and Arabs have, but even many other conscientious Americans, left and right, have with the failure of the two-party system and the way in which there has been elite capture of the U.S. and its institutions, its army, its foreign policy, by a foreign nation, Israel, and by sort of its own machinations, has alarmed a lot of people and frustrated a lot of people, in addition to other issues. So we see a very strong, a much stronger third-party sentiment within the Muslim community and outside the Muslim community than we did in 2016. And even in 2016, the Democrats blamed, ironically, Jill Stein and the Green Party for taking the election away from them. That was without an issue like Gaza on the table. So we have, if history repeats itself, and it seems to me, my impression is that it is and it will, that it seems to me that we're going to have more of the same here. Harris does not come across as a strong personality or a strong candidate. She has made so many flubs. She doesn't really have an organic grassroots support. There are no people that are crazy about Harris, like there are people that are very strongly attached to Trump. There are only people who tolerate Harris and pinch their nose and vote for her despite who she is and the weakness of her both individual self as a candidate and the party platform and the party strategy. Plus, there's been a lot of, just like with 2016, when the mainstream Democratic Party torpedoed a chance at a populist revolution with Bernie Sanders, we see a very similar thing happening in 2024, where the Democrats' anti-democratic policies and under-the-table dealings have been exposed in a lot of different ways. They've played every dirty trick in the book, in spite of their typical base, to undermine any sort of popular or populist opposition within the party. They have shut out Palestinians. They have shut out the uncommitted movement, who was always sort of on the fence anyway. That they have shown their fascist side. They have shown their anti-democratic side, ironically, and that never makes people feel good. So that's my prediction. I could be horribly wrong. Nobody has a crystal ball in politics, but that's the way I have felt.
Yeah, can I, before I ask you the second part of the question, I'll get you to answer that. I actually should have introduced you, shouldn't I, when you came on? Because a lot of people in the comments actually think you're Paul from Blogging Theology.
Oh, Allah Akbar. Well, we all look alike, don't we?
Yeah, because they must have seen you on the podcast.
All you pale converts look alike.
Yeah. Right. Imam Tom Fachen is the research director of Islam and Society at the Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research. He's also an instructor at the Legacy International Online High School, where he teaches tafsir and Islamic history. He studied in Medina from 2015 to 2020. His work largely focuses on Islamic political thought and deconstructing contemporary ideologies. So Imam Tom Fachen, welcome to this live stream. Yeah, so let me get to the second part of the question. So, I mean, you say it's going to be a landslide for Trump, but what did you make? I don't know whether you saw that CARE poll a few days ago.
I did.
We were asking Sheikh Shadi al-Masri about it a few minutes ago, and he didn't place much credence on it. But it basically said that like 42% of American Muslims are going to vote for Kamala Harris, and 42% for Jill Stein, and about 12% for Donald Trump. So me looking at this from the United Kingdom, I'm not too impressed by that. It looks like the Democrat vote amongst American Muslims has held up.
Well, there's a couple of things that should be mentioned there. First of all, I don't believe in data or statistics, or I should say rather that I think most statistics and data is not mere of reality, but is an attempt to portray reality and shape reality as it is usually wanted to be. Secondly, or as the saying goes, there's lies, there's damn lies, and then there's statistics. The second part is that you have to realize that sample size and things like that, the people that CARE typically has in their, I don't mean any offense to CARE, but
yeah,
CARE moves in the upper echelons of the Muslim American society. So I'm thanks, Paul. I didn't think so either, Paul, but what do I know?
I think I got that wrong, actually. I think people were saying salam alaikum to Paul because he's come into the chat.
He's in the comments.
Yeah,
right,
I made that mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. So I think that there might be a bias when it comes to who you have access to, because at the end of the day, polling is only a reflection of who you have access to. Now, I don't know CARE's methodology for that, but I don't put a whole lot of stock in polls. Okay. I mean, this is how 2016 to 2024, all the polls had Hillary crushing Trump, and they were all wrong. And they've claimed to have fixed their biases, but I do think that most polls have whether they figured it out or not, have a subtle bias towards the Democrats. I think that Democrats, being in general people who trust data and experts in polls more, are more likely to take polls than people who are Republican, are usually anti-establishment. They're usually very suspicious of government, very suspicious of giving out data, signing up for things. I know Republicans that don't even have Social Security cards out of protest. So, there's people who live up in the hills and they want to live off the grid. So they're not going to fill out polls. So right. I take all that with a heavy, heavy dose of salt. And what we really need to know, I think the relevant thing, because data is all about asking the relevant questions, is how does that shake down? Even if we were to assume it was true, how does that match up with last election? Because if Stein is coming in at 42% of the Muslim community, that seems pretty good compared to what I would assume the Muslim numbers would be in previous elections. I think what about Biden versus Trump? I think that we would see a much higher number for going for Biden. When we think previous to that, I think that we need to compare it across the years to see which direction the Muslim community is moving in and how much we have succeeded. I do think that if we went from a previous election in which I'm going to guess that the simple majority or even a super majority of Muslims voted for Biden over Trump, not foreseeing, of course, the genocide. If we're to move that to 41% green and 40% blue, I think that that's actually tremendous progress, especially with the very, very little amount of infrastructure that we've had, especially compared to the very ad hoc way in which many of the grassroots initiatives happen. We're bumbling our way and we're a little bit amateurish still. We're new at this. Yes. And so I think that is actually quite hopeful that those numbers are quite hopeful, not necessarily for, okay, getting a specific result tonight, but for what we're trying to do long term, which is now we have a benchmark. What's it going to be next election?
Imam Tom, would you like to take this question, given
Absolutely.
that an
Sure.
audience member has asked it? Assalam, Imam Tom, appreciate the immediate responsibility at hand, but have you and others considered political action strategy outside the democratic system? We can't get much from Western governments.
I mean, I think everybody has to be frank and realistic about what their responsibility is. As somebody who is here in the United States and a U.S. citizen and born and raised in the United States, my responsibility is to change the foreign policy of this nation if it is hurting the ummah. And I don't necessarily have a responsibility or a clear path to having a responsibility over what another nation or its government is doing, even though I can try by whatever legal means are available to me to achieve that, especially economic means and where I send my money and what things I invest in, what I buy and what I don't buy. However, there are a lot of people in Palestine and in Gaza that would like to have a vote in this election. And so I can't turn my nose up at that at the same time. So I agree that electoral politics, I'll add this distinction, that electoral politics are often given all of our attention. And that's not helpful because there's a lot to do politically that is outside of electoral politics. However, I also don't think that we can dismiss it. I think that best case scenario out of this election, if we make enough noise and Harris loses because of Palestine, we have now planted a very, very large doubt in every politician's head as to how much they can support the genocide or even the occupation as it is, generally speaking, without being punished politically at the ballot. That in itself is worth it.
Yeah.
And so, there's many different tools. Political action involves many different tools: economic tools, electoral tools, non-electoral tools, information tools, whatever have you. But we have to avail ourselves of all legitimate tools to leverage what we can. You look at where you can build and how you can leverage what you can build into power and into the change of political behaviors. Because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of these actions is not just to say that we did something, it's to change the political behaviors of political actors.
Can I challenge you, Imam,
please?
Something you said on Paul's podcast, because you were having this discussion about Mehdi Hassan and the lesser of two evils arguments. Obviously, he says vote Democrats, and you were trying to say that, okay, Trump and the Dems and Harris, there's not really clear blue water between them. But the fact is that if Trump wins, he's going to outsource his Middle East policy to Jared Kushner, right? And we know that this guy is a Zionist through and through, pro-settler, probably pro-Greater Israel, etc. So, I mean, and also there's a possibility that Trump will, how's he gonna stop war? He says he wants to stop the war in the Middle East, but how's he gonna do it? He's probably gonna do it by telling Israel to finish the job, right? So the thing is that if we gamble on Trump, it's a big gamble, isn't it? Because will there be any Palestine left, by the end of Trump's fourth term or second term?
Right. So that's fine, and this is very common pushback. But here's the thing: people don't realize that nothing is fixed in politics. This is very 2016 thinking. Okay. If you read deeply, and yes, it's extremely important, who are the people that are going to be appointed to positions in whatever administration takes over? That literally will probably be, I don't know. You could say that might be more influential than who is going to win the election. Maybe you can say they're both equally influential. Let's go with that. Harris, she has in her camp a wing that is very hawkish, right? The neocons have lined up behind her, and she also has people that are more progressive. You have in Trump's camp, you have multiple camps, and they are jockeying with each other and competing with one another for these types of positions. So it's not in fact, if you look compared to 2016 and 2020, Kushner and his camp have largely been sidelined. Yes, Kushner is horrible. And if it's true that Trump would give Kushner any sort of power, it would be a nightmare for Gaza. And he has his own machinations. But look at how Kushner has been relatively sidelined, how Trump's Lebanese other son-in-law has been brought in, and that there are other people within Trump's camp that are the anti-war isolationists that might win out when it comes to the actual filling of cabinet roles. Ryan Grimm had a nice write-up on this the other day. If you are subscribed to his Substack, he talks about the various camps that exist both in Harris's campaign and in Trump's campaign, and he says the same thing, that basically if the Pompeo camp wins out if Trump wins, we're in for a real mess in Gaza and in Palestine. That guy is a nutcase, and we will probably see things get a lot worse. However, that's not the only group of people vying for power within Trump's campaign or within his circle. That there is the anti-war isolationist group that is also there and is also vying for power. And if they are to prevail and achieve these top positions, then that will have a very, very different flavor to it. And it is possible that that is something that will actually be a bonus for Palestine. So we have to have a little bit of nuance and realize that these things will, they are yet to be determined. And we also have to recognize the difference between rhetoric and policy, that a slow genocide and a fast genocide are both genocide, okay? And that a lot of people bring up with Trump, well, it's actually very puzzling. Like Harris is guilty of anywhere between 42,000 and 200,000 deaths. And yes, she is guilty. The latest Democratic talking point for the last week has been, she's only the VP, she has no control, she has no power. Hogwash. She definitely has a role to play. She has stated that she would do nothing different. She is very much guilty. She refuses to call it a genocide. Absolutely. She refuses to call it a genocide whatsoever. She continues to reassure her Zionist base that she will not be any different, she literally said recently, I think today or yesterday, don't be confused by any mixed messaging. Harris prioritizes Israeli security first. She can't even talk about Gaza deaths or humanitarian crisis or ceasefire without mentioning Israeli security. So that has shown us what she is like. We can't have, and whereas Trump has said, yes, finish the job, etc. But we can't necessarily take him at his word. It's a wild card. We do know that Trump is an egomaniac. We saw today that Netanyahu sacked Gallant, right? Like, this is a very, very fluid situation. So like these things can fall apart like a house of cards. Yeah. And the most important thing, sorry, I'll just finish on this. The most important thing to me is that Harris is an ideologically committed Zionist. Trump is an opportunistically committed Zionist. And if you're a betting person, if you have to play the odds, you would rather bet with an opportunistic Zionist than an ideological one, because the ideological one is going to go down with the sinking ship. The opportunistic one will hop off of a sinking ship. It's your job and my job to turn that situation into a sinking ship situation so that the opportunist hops off.
Can I ask you I think we've got you for another 5 more minutes, if that's okay, Imam Tom. Can I ask you to respond to Chris, who brings up the Muslim travel ban? Now, obviously, Trump has said that he's going to bring that back in if he wins. Is that just kind of Muslims just got to take that one for the team?
Yeah, because it's not a partisan issue. The Muslim bans, Trump is merely more reprehensible because he's obvious about it. Biden had a very similar situation. Obama had a very similar situation, but they were able to sell it. And so it went under the radar and nobody sort of noticed. Whereas Trump's Muslim ban, he was very vitriolic about it. He's very crass, and his language is very vulgar. And so he enacts this visceral response. And it is bad. But any sort of punishment, whether it's, listen, there's risk. Nobody should strawman me in saying, well, it's not all going to be a bed of roses. If we have to endure a travel ban, if we have to endure our charity organizations being disbanded, which is possible under Trump, depending on who takes power, if we have to endure the sort of infiltration or the attempt to break up the pro-Palestinian movement here, if all of that means that the genocide stops and that Zionism and the occupation might actually fall, then we take it. We take it every day of the week.
So basically, American Muslims are not that important in this election in terms of the domestic policy. Is that what you're saying?
The priorities need to they need to suck it up, and they need to be willing to take one on the chin. Absolutely. If we can't compare genocide and occupation on one hand and some curtailment of our civil freedoms on another hand. Those two things are not equal. I'm sorry, like they are not equal. That if this is our way to act ummatic, then if we're saying that one part of the ummah is being stabbed with a knife and we are the right arm, if we have to put that arm in the way to prevent the knife from stabbing our brothers and sisters, we can't expect to not get cut. Maybe we take some slashes on the wrist, but we will take it if it's the price that we have to pay to the first domino that eventually stops the occupation in Palestine.
Okay. Okay, Imam Tom, I think we'll let you go, inshallah. It's going to be a long night. We're probably going to broadcast for another hour or so, but I still think we're not going to get a result. But you're sticking by your prediction. And of course, I think you are a reasonably regular visitor to the UK as well, aren't you?
I've only been there once, but I'm hoping to come back in
January.
January.
Really?
So,
okay,
yeah,
right.
I was there in April. I was last there in April.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, inshallah, you must come. Where did you go? Was it just London or was it
I went
around
everywhere. I went London, Oxford, Cambridge, Manchester, Birmingham. I went to Bristol. So, inshallah.
All over the place.
Yeah,
so
all
it's
over the place.
Good trip.
It was a good trip. Alhamdulillah, yeah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Okay, well, when you come again, we must meet up in person, and we must get you on our podcast, etc., and host you as well for some dinner, etc. So I look forward to that, inshallah.
Same here.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks.
Okay. Excuse me for 1 second, brothers and sisters.
Including Palestinians in Gaza, supported the only Jewish candidate on the ballot. And
I think I'm going to take a slight break for a few minutes, and we're going to listen to the speeches that Robert is filming.
I've been thinking about the millions of people in this country who claim to want an end to this Holocaust, an end to genocide in other places like Sudan and Congo, an end to the endless capitalist extraction and consumption, the rape of our planet, and the extinguishing of whole species. The Americans who want a fair wages, fair taxation, equitable quality public education, affordable higher education, all of these things that the Green Party stands for. But instead of voting for the only party that's actually promising these things, that's focused on these things, they chose the lesser of two evil paths, choosing evil once again and again and again. And I think their fear is clearly about a wasted vote because they cannot imagine a victorious third party. So the result is that you have millions of people basing their vote on the perceived voting behavior of each other. It's a circular loop. It's sheep following sheep, a kind of self-fulfilling perception. And I don't know how to convince people to reach for what they actually want and what they actually need. But I think that should be our task going forward. Our votes for the Stein ticket certainly are not spoilers. They're not wasted votes. Our votes represent the will of the people to live in a country and in a world that is life-affirming rather than one marked by forever wars or genocide. The votes that are cast, frankly, for Harris or Trump are, in my view, the wasted votes. They represent a squandering of democracy and the wholesale relinquishing of our power to a ruling elite that are driven by an insatiable appetite for power and an appetite for the hoarding of wealth. So we, the folks, the people who voted for the Greens and even for other third parties, are frankly the citizens who voted with sanity, with a sense of hope instead of fear, and more importantly, with honorable ideals for humanity and for all of life. Israel's assault on Palestine and Lebanon have not stopped tonight. Our world is...
Okay, Brothers and sisters, just a short break there. We're going to maybe try and get Robert back on. Robert, can you hear us? Do you think you could come back on, Robert, and break away from the speeches so that we can chat a bit more, inshallah? Let me just private message Robert. Okay, yeah, I think he's got my message. Okay, I'll just unmute him, inshallah.
Then the new podcast.
Salam, can you hear me?
Yeah, it might be a little bit difficult hearing you with the background noise.
Just now rolling. So I do believe.
Any chance you can maybe move to another room?
Is possible.
Or is that impossible?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Let me maybe kind of read some bit more news and take some of your comments. Let me have a look at the Google Doc, inshallah, that Kamal in the background has been diligently updating. So I'm going to go back about 10 minutes in the Google Doc and start reading. So, as I said, Florida has been predicted for Trump, and it carries quite a lot of electoral votes. Polls are closing shortly in 3 more swing states in Michigan, where Robert is. This was one of the main battlegrounds in the last election, in Wisconsin as well, another swing state, and also in Arizona. Trump is on 120 electoral votes as of 2 a.m. UK time. That's GMT. And Harris is on 99. So the lead is narrowing. New York has been called for Harris, which gives her 28 electoral votes. North Dakota and South Dakota has been called for Trump. And that is basically the latest news. Let me update it a little bit more. So it depends on who you look for, because actually I'm looking at the BBC at the moment, and they're giving 154 to Trump and 27 only to Harris. Maybe they haven't updated their stats at the moment. But at the moment, it looks like Trump is winning handily. Perhaps when California comes in, which I think has 50 electoral votes, the contest will narrow significantly. Okay, Robert, I think, has gone to another room. Yeah, we can hear you a bit better now, Robert. Yeah,
Sure.
So any interesting speeches? What have you been hearing?
Jill Stein spoke again, addressing the audience, just issuing similar messaging that she's given to 5 Pillars already. She made clear that, you know, she's the alternative, and that even if she doesn't succeed in getting to the White House, as many predict, that still she considers this a victory simply because of the mobilization, the fact that she'll probably gain a much larger number of votes in comparison to the past, and she's still ambitiously hoping that she can get past 5% of the electorate across the country, which would entitle the party to more funding from the state, a bigger piece of the pie there. I think from what I've seen, it looks like Harris is leading in Michigan, where I'm currently based. Obviously, this is a state where there is a significant Muslim vote here, and it's concentrated in Dearborn and the areas surrounding it. So that will be very disappointing, I think, to see if the Democrats manage to claim Michigan. That it's been described as a key swing state in this election, which could potentially win it for Trump if the state was to go red. But obviously that might not be the case. So of course we'll have to wait and see how the vote breakdown occurred there. But it's quite possible that the Muslim vote here still may have voted majority against the Democrats, but just hasn't been able to turn the state away from them. We'll have to wait and see how that vote share falls.
Yeah,
but,
so if Michigan does go Democrat, it's not necessarily the fault of the Muslims, right? we can't jump to that conclusion straight away.
Yeah, not necessarily. It's a large state with quite a large population, I believe, and obviously the Muslim vote here makes up only about 2.5% of the entire state. And obviously, a lot of Muslims predicted to boycott this vote completely. So, of course, it could turn blue or it could turn red, but it could be the case that the Muslims decided to majority boycott the vote, which again sends a pretty good message, I think, of Muslims ditching the system, not getting involved because they don't trust either of the two main parties. That would still be an interesting message to send, I think.
Are there any Muslims at your event, or is it still mainly kind of left-wing activists?
No, there are some Muslims here. There are a couple of Palestinians, I believe, as well. Notably, there is some organizers of the Abandon Harris campaign here. They have arrived. That, of course, is a Muslim-led initiative attempting to pull away Muslims from their traditional political home here in the States, which is the Democrats. So they've campaigned very hard, and the leadership of that organization has endorsed Jill Stein as the third option here in this election. So, of course, attending the Green Party watch party it makes total sense. They advocated very strong to vote for the Greens.
So perhaps we maybe get a few of those guests on, or at some point, maybe in the next.
Yes, I think so. Right now, they're going through the speeches. It's quite possible that the representative of Abandon Harris will take to the stage. So perhaps if that happens, I might interrupt our talk and bring you that speech.
Why not?
I think that's one that's very worth hearing. I think their messaging has been very good. It reminds me of the type of messaging we received in the UK general election from the Muslim Vote campaign, which was to encourage Muslims to vote for an alternative to the main two parties. And they've actually been, in a way, a little bit stronger than our own rhetoric, sometimes from British Muslims, because as you remember, Roshan, there was a debate around whether we should still back these so-called pro-Labour Muslim MPs within the Labour Party, and attempts were made by some to actually push that argument, which of course led to a bit of a backlash. But the Abandon Harris campaign has been very clear. No, whatever you do, don't vote Democrat. That's the worst thing you can do, because that's the party of genocide. That's the party which has been leading the way whilst Israel conducts its barbaric actions in Gaza. So absolutely, boycott the Democrats, but also they've been advocating for a boycott of the Republicans as well, for obvious reasons. Trump's a notorious Islamophobe and would probably continue to support the genocide and to support Israel if it was in a reversed role. So there you are, a pretty consistent message from the Abandon Harris campaign.
What are we hearing latest in terms of news? I mean, alhamdulillah, we've still got about 800 people watching, which is amazing for, this time of night for a Muslim UK station. So we've still got loads of people watching. I'm guessing a lot of you guys are new and not from the UK. So Jazakallah khair, maybe you've first-time viewers on Five Pillars. So it's wonderful to have you there. Please keep your comments coming in. Please keep your questions coming in for myself and Robert and for guests, inshallah. Maybe we can go through a few. Maybe we can get Haris back on in a few minutes. I'm just going to mute you for a second, Robert. It's a little bit loud. Maybe we can get Haris on just to give us some news updates so we can have something to discuss. Then I can take a few more comments, inshallah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really quiet. It's been really quiet. However, Trump has still reiterated the idea of voter fraud in Philadelphia and also in Detroit as well. There's also been voting issues in Detroit. So obviously, they've been calling for voter fraud and stopping the vote. The AP has called Louisiana and Wyoming for the Republican Party, giving Trump a total of 11 electoral votes from those two states. And then in Nebraska, it's also called for Trump. So AP has called Nebraska for the Republican Party, giving Trump 2 electoral votes. So now that Florida has been won by Trump, there are 2 legislations that they've actually just passed. If I can just pull it up here. So Florida rejects the proposal to legalize marijuana. Of course, that's a policy that Trump had wanted in the past. And of course, Florida also rejects a proposal to include the right to abortion in state's constitution. So it has been a little bit quiet, apart from those two breaking news when it comes to the legislation.
Is it deceptive, Harris? I'm not sure. You've probably been watching the live streams more than me, and well, haven't been watching them at all. Is the fact that Trump has this healthy lead at this stage, is that slightly deceptive? Can we read anything into that?
It may be deceptive. I've been looking at some of the polls, some of the prediction polls. Some of them are saying Trump, some of them are saying Harris. Right now, Trump has and his followers have a huge presence on social media. So that's all we're seeing right now. Just Trump supporters going crazy, going ham. So it is maybe a little bit misleading. But for now, Trump is definitely in the lead. Just have a quick look. So he has 137 electoral votes with Harris with 99. So Harris is slowly, steadily getting up there. It is taking a while, but obviously we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. It'd be great to see any kind of reaction on Twitter or something like that. Any good reaction that we can.
Yeah, it's been really quiet. Other than Trump reiterating the idea of voter fraud, it has been really quiet. So I will keep tabs on that, inshallah.
Voter fraud. That's interesting.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that he's claiming voter fraud in 2 states, which he's probably going to lose, right? So
exactly.
Maybe that's his strategy. Yeah. We had Imam Tom and Sheikh Shadi al-Masri both saying that they thought Trump was going to win this quite easily, quite handily in a landslide. Yeah, let's see what happens, inshallah. Okay, keep us up to date, Harris, with anything. All right, we'll say goodbye to Harris for the moment, and inshallah we'll get him back on in maybe half an hour or so. I think Robert is wandering around again. Let's take some comments then. I'll go a little bit back in the timeline so that I can see what people are saying. So a lot of love for Sheikh Shadi and for Imam Tom Fachen. Let me try and find some interesting comments. You can see Jill Stein there in the background. Robert is filming her as she walks away. So this is a Green Party watch along party in Michigan that Robert is attending, and I think he's going to get some Muslim guests for us as well, and we can inshallah interview them. Okay, so Ali Muhammad Amin says, when has any significant meaningful political change in the US been effectuated at a national election level? Yeah, I mean, I've never been to America, but it seems to me that the Dems and the Republicans have got it pretty much stitched up, and their policies aren't that much different. Ali continues, seems like the entire purpose of the electoral process is just to get people to buy into an illusion of process and change, like to blow off steam, I guess. They say that about protests, don't they? A lot of these Gaza protests, that ultimately they've achieved nothing, but they've just kind of, it's a way of us, like, pretending or, feeling like we've done something, that we've participated, when in fact it's all stitched up, it's all decided, and nothing that we do has any effect whatsoever. Chris Dane says Trump will be worse, not just Kushner, Muslim travel ban. Roshan gets it. Imam Thomas said it's a good thing, which is speculative if Harris loses because Muslims vote. Let's get some new people. I don't want to read out comments from the same people all the time. The mainstream media doesn't use the word genocide. That's in America, as far as I've seen. Yeah, and in the UK the same. There's an unofficial ban on the BBC and Sky News here in particular. When a guest comes on and says the word genocide, there's always some kind of pushback from the presenter. So obviously a memo has gone round these journalistic media organizations telling their journalists not to allow the word genocide to be voiced unchallenged. Which is, I mean, I tell you what, I've always said, if 1,000 white people had been killed in the UK or America, they'd be calling it a genocide. They would 100% be calling it a genocide. But just because, it's Muslims, Palestinian Muslims, brown Arabs dying, They don't call it a genocide. And frankly, that figure of 43,000 is a wild underestimation. There are tens of thousands of people buried underneath the rubble. And it's not just, you know, the direct death that kills people, but it's also the side effects that kill people. So I think that, you know, by the time the body bags have been counted, we're looking at well over 100,000 dead in Gaza, 150,000 dead, even 200,000 dead would not surprise me at all. I think the Lancet said that 180,000 had been killed. This is that British medical journal. So yeah, they'd be definitely calling it a genocide. If a tenth of the people that have been killed in Gaza had been slaughtered in the UK or the US, they'd be calling it a genocide. Every single mainstream media journalist and politician will be calling it a genocide. But they're racists and Islamophobes, and that's why they're not calling it a genocide. Robert, I'll bring you back in while I look through some more comments, inshallah. What's going on, Robert?
More speeches. Obviously, the event's well underway now. They're getting reaction from senior figures from across the country. So they're speaking to people over Zoom right now. The leader of the Greens is giving a lot of interviews and speaking to other press. But obviously, you know, we're witnessing the news coming out now, and it looks as if Trump is in the lead and perhaps is going to go on and win this. That's a personal prediction of mine. I think Trump's going to make it. I think it's been announced that he's taken Florida, or he's set to take Florida. That's a pretty good win. I think that traditionally the party that takes Florida tends to be the one that wins. So it's a good omen, if not you know, anything else. So well on track. Michigan, where I'm based, it appears as if Harris is in the lead here. It could become a blue state. Michigan is a swing state, and a key one at that, with a significant Muslim vote. So turning blue would be, I think, a massive disappointment for the many Muslims that live here, who were hoping that Michigan could be an example of the Democrats being punished for their support for genocide. Michigan, interestingly, actually was one of the states that helped get Trump elected last time around. It swung red, where it traditionally had been part of the so-called blue wall of the Democrats, a Democrat loyal state for many elections, previously speaking. Now it tends to swing red, blue, and red again. It did swing blue to Joe Biden, so it worked against Trump last time around. So obviously we're going to wait and see how the night develops, but of course, as you mentioned, Roshan, it's a very tense political process here, and I think that the potential for political violence is very high. Including if Harris wins, or even if Donald Trump wins, I think that there's potential for violence. Donald Trump's been described as a Nazi by many on the left of the political spectrum here. He's also been described as a fascist and a liar, someone who's trying to steal the political process here and basically turn it into like an authoritarian dictatorship. That's the kind of rhetoric that's used against Trump. But then also in reverse, Trump and his supporters have claimed that there is perhaps a conspiracy to assassinate him. Maybe the deep state is conspiring against him in that sense. Maybe the system is working against him to try and keep him out of the White House. Election fraud, vote rigging, that kind of rhetoric has also circulated. And Trump is the type of character to claim that elections are stolen, that they get stolen from him. And I believe to this day, he still claims that the last election that got Joe Biden into the White House was a stolen election. He still has that claim and has even fought for it in the courts.
I'm going to mute you, Robert, while I speak. I think, you know, ultimately, we just reflexively assume, don't we, that Western elections are free and fair, and everything is proper and it's all, you know, kind of fair play. Whereas in reality, those very same nations, when talking about elections in Muslim countries or in Africa or in Asia, they would reflexively call into question the vote. So why aren't there international monitors in America? Why aren't there international monitoring organizations, you know, from different countries that are neutral, monitoring the US elections. I think we need that to give us confidence in the vote, especially when you have an ex-president claiming that the election has been stolen. Surely that carries huge weight, right? So yeah, I want to see international monitors in every polling station in America, and especially the counting stations, because it seems to be completely open to abuse. Robert, should I just go through some of your screen's frozen there, so I'll just talk a little bit. I'm looking at Al Jazeera's election feed now, and we might pick up the headlines at 3 a.m. And make a decision on how long we're going to continue this feed, even though the numbers are steadily creeping up. But according to Al Jazeera, Trump is on 177 now, and Harris is on 99. And in terms of the popular vote, Trump has received 28,700,000 votes, and Harris has received 25,600,000 votes. So the share is 52% for Trump, 46% for Harris. This is, of course, provisional, and there are many states still to declare. Texas has been called in the last few minutes for Trump, and it gives Trump an extra 40 electoral votes. Now, I'm not sure whether Al Jazeera has added that on, because that would take Trump to around 230. Unless they've already added it on, I'm not sure whether they have. I don't think they have, actually. If that's true, that means that Trump is edging towards that magic 270 mark. Voting is taking place in Hamtramck in Michigan, that city that Robert went to and the Adhan was playing. Lots of Yemenis there, Al Jazeera is reporting. Trump is in a good position in the battleground swing state of Georgia. Ohio has already been called for Trump by AP, giving him 17 electoral votes. New Yorkers are likely to vote for Harris. Nebraska's been called for Trump. In DC, in Washington, that's going to go Democrat. Louisiana, Wyoming call for Trump, as is North Dakota and South Dakota. New York has been called for Harris. So we're seeing lots of Trump, 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 and spatterings of Harris. But some of the key states, like California, especially on the West Coast, are yet to come in. So as we see in America, the coastal areas on the East and the West tend to be more liberal and tend to be more Democrat. And I think California carries the most electoral votes of any state. I might be wrong on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Americans watching this, but I think it carries around 50. So Harris will get that. Whereas the kind of inner part of America, the Midwest and just the what's the word, the inlands or whatever you call it, they tend to be Republican. So, Robert, yeah, while I look through the comments, let me have your thoughts. Let me have your wisdom. What do you reckon, Robert?
Well, my prediction that Trump's going to win this are looking good. They're looking healthy. Whether that's good or bad, obviously, it's up for debate. I think that, the fact is that California, for example, routinely, I mean, that's a pretty safe blue state. It always has been, I think, pretty much. So, even if they win at this time with the large number of electoral, the large boost in the electoral vote that they'll get, the electoral college vote, may still be insignificant. I just feel as if, from what I've seen here, that Trump has momentum. There seems to be a lot more passionate support for Trump. The Harris support, at least here, appears to be a bit more humble or modest, less banners, less public displays of support, that type of thing. Could just be the location. Perhaps it's a sign of a wider mood in the country. But Trump is different, and I think that there's a possibility, quite frankly, that he may even win the popular vote, and that would be an achievement which he hasn't even succeeded in. when he last won.
Should we talk a little bit about Mehdi Hassan? Maybe the viewers can tell me, because obviously Mehdi Hassan is a very popular journalist, British, but also American now. I think he's an American citizen, and he's lived in America for the last 10, 15 years. I think his wife is American as well. I don't know how influential he is amongst people. I mean, obviously, he's a big internet personality, and his videos get millions of views. I don't know how influential he is in America in terms of actually persuading people to vote. Now, obviously, he came up with this lesser of two evils argument, and he's been one of the most vocal supporters of the Democrats. His solution to everything seems to be vote Democrat. When in trouble, vote Democrat. Vote, it's a reflex action with him because it's always the lesser of two evils. I don't know whether you've had any conversations about him with American Muslims that you've met. What are your impressions of Mehdi Hassan?
Well, I mean, personally, I find his argument irritating and just detestable, to be honest with you. I cannot believe that any, passionate, educated, pro-Palestine Muslim commentator or activist could seriously argue that sticking loyal to the Democrats after a year of genocide is the right thing to do. Sure, he published a video explaining his views, and as usual, he made a very good set of arguments, and published them in a very intelligent and well thought out way. But still, I mean, the bottom line is, you're saying that after a year of genocide, remain loyal because what? Trump said things and done things that you don't like. I don't think that that's going to sit right with many Muslims. The fact is that Gazans are being slaughtered, Palestinians are being slaughtered in large numbers, women and children. We've seen it for over a year. And then you seriously, I mean, read the room, Mehdi, read the room. But, he has his reasons and he's passionate about them. But the fact of the matter is that what I also found quite detestable and something I didn't appreciate from Mehdi Hassan was how he interviewed the imam, the Yemeni imam here, who had publicly endorsed Trump. In that interview, he was aggressive, didn't let the imam speak, took a really, kind of Piers Morgan approach in putting him down and looking down his nose at him, quite frankly. And I understand, voting for Donald Trump as well is highly controversial and sparked a backlash, but I find it hard to understand how Mehdi Hassan feels as if he's in some kind of moral high ground position to look down his nose at an imam for endorsing Trump when he's endorsing the Democrats after a year of genocide. I think you referred to her on Twitter as Holocaust Harris. And the fact is that what's going on in Gaza has been described as a Holocaust by many, and I think for good reason. It's awful what's been happening there. Yeah. How can you vote Democrat? I have no idea.
I mean, I know Mehdi Hassan personally a little bit because I used to actually work with him in many moons ago at London Weekend Television, and he was about 5 years younger than me, I think. And he was an Oxford graduate, I think, or Cambridge, and he was a high flyer. He was obviously incredibly intelligent. He made a huge mark, and impressed everybody around him. He was obviously going to be a high flyer from day one. Everyone could see that. And I got on with him personally as well. We used to, bond over football. We both like football, and we used to chat about football a lot and politics. So I actually got on quite well with him, even though he supported England and I didn't, and we were always arguing about that. But anyway, I haven't kept in touch with him over the years, particularly apart from very, very arm's length. I've kind of gone off his political views. I think some of his Muslim views are very liberal and far too liberal for my liking. He obviously has a flirtation with the LGBT crowd and says things which I think any Muslim would find incompatible with Islam, So for that reason alone, I've kind of called him out over the years publicly. On politics, I think he's a short-term thinker, and he's not a strategic long-term thinker. And I think he's not doing the overall good of the Muslim community. That is not his immediate concern or his priority concern. And if it was, then he'd be thinking about how can this community become stronger over time, rather than what short-term measures can we take. I don't know how influential he is amongst American Muslims or even British Muslims. I think he used to be more influential in the past. But now I think his main audience is lefties, right, rather than Muslims. Although he does still have a Muslim audience, but it's mainly kind of lefties. So yeah, those are my thoughts. People are making comments about Mehdi Hassan in the comments. Let's see what they're saying. Tariq says he's so keen on showing how American he is. It's weird. Well, he can't get rid of his British accent. That's never going to go. Meltdown incoming. Yeah, that's if Trump wins. I wonder what Mehdi Hassan's actually saying on Twitter. Might be interesting to know. Maybe you can check that out, Robert, while I'm looking for some more questions. He's always been a Democrat mouthpiece. Maybe he wants to be a Democrat politician at some point. Others are saying he waters down the dean. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. He's rightfully called out Norman Finkelstein, Allah guide Matthew to Sunnism, at least. I like that comment. US democracy is a farce. It's one of the most corrupt forms of governance known to man, where big tech, big pharma, big banks, big military industry, and big apartheid lobby literally bribe and drive off candidates. The Dems are good for Iran. That's why Mehdi supports the Dems. Iran did nothing for Muslims. Iran did genocide for the Muslims in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Mehdi, Iran, Dems. What do you think of the Iranians, Rob? Do you think they would want Harris to win rather than Trump?
That's an interesting one. I haven't communicated with Iranians, to be honest with you. There doesn't seem to be many here. There are a lot of Lebanese Arabs here. So I guess they are kind of just condemning the whole system. They're condemning the two main parties, and they're advocating for voting green. So I suppose the kind of Iran camp, Shia Lebanese here are backing the Greens. They're backing a third alternative. That's what I've seen from some of the pro-Palestine protests that I visited recently, with a large Lebanese crowd in attendance. So interesting. I know.
Yeah, I personally think that Iran's official position is they don't care who wins. And I think they probably would prefer the Democrats over the Republicans because, I mean, Trump assassinated Soleimani last time, right? So they've still got a personal grudge against him over that. And I think they just consider him to be more unpredictable rather than the Dems, which are more predictable. You can't really game out what Trump is going to do at times because he just acts off the cuff. What's Mehdi Hassan saying? Is he saying anything?
Not much. A lot of retweets of other opinions, but I think he's going to wait and see how the night develops before making too much commentary, I suppose. Because then, of course, he can either claim a win and that he got it right, or if Trump wins, then obviously he'll have to go on the offensive, perhaps. But not much at the moment.
Live stream. Maybe he's doing a live stream like us. Who knows?
Perhaps he's busy. Perhaps he's busy. Who knows? Who knows?
My question to Mehdi is, what is the hashtag? What does that mean? What's the number of Palestinians to be genocided for you to abandon the Democratic Party? Okay, right. It's just like yeah.
How many will it take? How many will it take? Very good question.
I don't think he'll ever bang with Democrats. Simple as that. I think Trump will attack Iran, says Zahir. The slaughter is going to continue, probably get worse. That's the point, says Chris. Mehdi Hassan's a sellout, says Paulie. So not much sympathy for Mehdi Hassan on here.
No, I think even here as well, even here among American Muslims, even sort of left-wing, politically left-wing Muslims, they're not happy with Mehdi Hassan's position at all, and that's perhaps his traditional fan base, if you like, left-wing, secular, westernized Muslims, surely would be his #1 supporters, but actually, from what I've seen, most people are pretty disgusted by that position. It's the position that makes most Muslims I've spoken to really angry at the idea that you would back the Democrats. Even supporting Trump doesn't rile up the same sentiment among Arabs here, Muslims here. than someone arguing, well, I'm going to vote Democrat anyway.
It's just,
That's the most infuriating position
it
for
doesn't
many.
make any sense whatsoever. It's just literally rewarding a genocide. I mean, for all Trump's sins, and who knows, maybe he might be worse than Harris, but he wasn't in office while the Gaza genocide took place. That's the bottom line. You cannot reward a genocide. As simple as that. As simple as that. So Fikr Nakdi says, if the Republicans remove sanctions against Iran, Mehdi will trump slapped off by citing family values. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Fikr.
Shall I try and get a representative from the Abandon Harris campaign?
Yeah,
Shall I give it a go?
I'll do it. Sahib says liberals always have a smug approach to others who don't align with them. Yeah, he can be a bit aggressive, can't he, Mehdi Hassan, with his questioning. It's like too confrontational. It's like it's not really a conversation where two sides listen to each other and then debate each other on the points. It's more like it's like a bear pit where you're just shouting at each other and you're trying to who shouts the loudest wins, and you're trying to make killer points that will go viral on social media. It's not a proper conversation. It's more kind of performance theater rather than anything else. Mighty Bruce says Trump will listen to AIPAC a lot less than Harris. I think they're both in the pocket of AIPAC, if you ask me. Muslim Christian alliance needed as Israel Messiah Dajjal is coming soon. So here's another viewpoint which I think it's important to get at. Mehdi does good work on Palestine. However, he is sadly a liberal, and liberals will keep supporting the Dems no matter what they do. Others are saying Mehdi is a legend. He criticizes both sides, so some people supporting him here. He's a liberal ideologue. His usul is not grounded in Islam. Prime says, I don't agree with Mehdi on some issues, but he has done a lot for the reputation of Muslims and for debating Zionists. That's true, especially the debating Zionist bit. He's made his case, no need to attack him personally. None of this is personal. As I say, I know Mehdi Hassan personally. We're talking about the issues here. We're not. We're talking about his public positions, and he's a journalist. So I'm a journalist as well. And if someone attacks me on what I say, then that's fair enough. If they attack me, I don't know, because of the way I look or because of my ethnicity, then I'm gonna have a problem with that. But not on what I say in my public positions. That's fair game. Mehdi is very articulate, but unfortunately he's a lefty. He is very articulate. He's probably the most articulate Muslim out there. If you want a Muslim to debate in a bear pit kind of situation with a Zionist, he might be the one you choose. Although he would throw certain groups under the bus that we may not be comfortable with him throwing, if you catch my drift. He's in a moral quandary about who Muslims should vote for because of his confused liberal left-wing considerations. What else? We'll just finish up on the Mehdi Hassan debate here, which has gone on a little bit longer than I thought. Mehdi has said he doesn't know who'll win. He stopped making predictions after getting it wrong. Okay, maybe that's why he's not tweeting so much. Democrats and Republicans hate Mehdi Hassan, so both sides hate him. He's a useful idiot in certain rooms and debates. Has he explained to Muslims why he's going for Democrats despite the fact that he's rewarding the genocide? Has he had a frank discussion with Muslims? Well, I think his audience is wider than Muslims. And he's basically said, because he thinks Trump is worse, that Trump is going to do more genocide and bigger genocide against the Palestinians and the Lebanese than the Democrats would. He wiped the floor with Piers Morgan. Yeah, I did see a clip of him debating Piers Morgan where he challenged Morgan over why he considers Ukraine to be a genocide, but not Gaza. And that was kind of a killer point. I saw a thumbnail of a Zetio video where it was Mehdi versus a pro-Trump speaker. It seems he's tapping into the Harris versus Trump fiasco. Mehdi's wrong. However, he has played his part in advocating for victims. That is the Palestinians, and he was basically sacked or kicked out of his job in the mainstream media in the UK the US, because he was too pro-Palestinian for them. Okay, I think I'm losing my voice a little bit, so I'd appreciate Rob getting back on if possible. I think he's just trying to persuade somebody. I think I might bring Haris in simply because I seem to be losing my voice a little bit. And I'll let Haris do talking, inshallah.
It's been super quiet, mainly because everyone's obviously just getting focused as the last couple of votes are pouring in now. Piers Morgan has said something. He's said, my gut is having a good night. So he's on board with the idea that Trump is going to win the elections. He's been retweeting a bunch of quotes and a bunch of news reports telling how Trump will win the election. So he's really on board when it comes to that.
Haris,
yeah,
I think our guest is ready. So
Brilliant.
If you could stay there in the background, that would be really useful. But let's talk to the guest, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Can you hear me?
Let me connect you. I think I need to connect you. No, I think.
So I think our guest.
Let me just reconnect you. I think
it's. Mute for a second. I think our guest is from the Abandoned Biden campaign, because I recognize him from Robert's video the other day. Let me see if he's there. Brother, can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
How are you, brother?
I'm fine, but I can't hear you very well. Robert, could you perhaps fiddle with the sound so we can hear the brother?
He wants us to fiddle with the sound so that he could hear me. Project my voice. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can just. I think maybe if you take a step closer to the camera, and you project your voice as much as possible, that would be great. So, brother, excuse me, I've not met you, but I have seen you on Robert's video. Could you just introduce yourself to our viewers?
Yeah, so my name is Hassan Abdussalam. I've been a professor of human rights strategy movement making for many, many years, and now I've been working this past year, one of the two founders of Abandon Biden, now Abandon Harris. And today is the day of the election. Our strategy when we set out in October had been to ensure the defeat of the genocider, Harris and Biden. And we've been working this past year, building our campaign in the swing states that determine the presidency. And we're awaiting the results right now after this long, horrifying year. I've also been someone who's conducted research on the occupation. We called for the liberation of occupied Palestine with youth in Palestine that ultimately led to my torture, detainment, and eventual deportation.
Brother, it's actually very difficult to hear you. Everyone in the comments is saying that they can't hear you. I just wonder whether, Robert, is there any chance you could sort out the sound, Robert?
Is there like a mic?
Is that better?
Well, we can hear you clearly, but not the brother.
We can hear you, but not me. I currently can't hear either.
How's that? Is that better? I don't hear anything.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. now we can hear him, but he can't hear me. Robert.
Oh, there, I can hear him now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a bit better, brother. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to repeat your answer because no one heard what you were saying.
Absolutely. So my name is Hassan Abdussalam. I've been a professor of human rights strategy and movement making for many, many years. And after the attacks, the genocide took place in October.
No, I'm sorry, brother. Brother, I think we're going to have to leave it. Robert, if you could sort out the sound, we'll come back to you, inshallah. Sorry about that, brother.
Absolutely. Not at all.
Okay. Perhaps you'll get you a bit later, inshallah. Perhaps we'll get back to you, inshallah. So,
I mean, a lot of
what are you saying?
A lot of the Indians on Twitter are seeming to be happy about this. They're jumping up in joy. This is a tweet from some random Indian. Namaste, Trump loading. So they're obviously quite happy that Trump is in the lead at the moment.
Why would Indians be happy about Trump winning?
Well, I mean, he visited India in the past, and he made a big speech in front of a massive crowd. So I guess maybe there's a connection between Trump and some of the weird practices you have with Modi, very similar people. But it's also really interesting how Trump is actually winning 20% of the black vote compared to only 8% just 4 years previously. So, I mean, his PR team must be doing something right to be winning the black vote. I mean, whether it's working at McDonald's and chefing up some fries, or whether it's the fake assassination, or whatever you want to call it, the propaganda behind that. So it's very interesting to see that he's winning a lot of the minorities, the ethnic minorities in America.
I guess the ethnic minorities are naturally kind of against the system, aren't they? They feel oppressed by the system because they might see him as the anti-establishment candidate. But yeah, I do remember Modi and Trump used to get on really well, didn't they? I remember, putting a few videos together for 5 Pillars of these massive rallies that they held, both in India, in these stadiums, both in India and in America. And they had that personal chemistry and connection. But yeah, I mean, generally, America is very close to India now. India used to be like aligned with the communist bloc, didn't it, back in the day?
Yeah, the non-aligned pact. Yeah.
I think your background is Indian or something like that, or
yeah, I am Indian actually, half Indian.
Yeah. So is that right? They used to be India used to be kind of leftist, but they've
well, they were non-aligned with Yugoslavia, so they quote unquote said that they're not favoring anybody, but in reality they were left-leaning.
Yeah, India has literal Trump idols. Yeah, I remember that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. I remember Pakistan used to be pro-West, and India used to be non-aligned,
socialist.
Socialist, and that's kind of flipped now, isn't it? Pakistan's going towards China, and that's geopolitics.
So yeah, I mean, Trump's doing good with the PR. I mean, he's had, he's featured on a couple live streams. Aiden Ross, famous influencer and streamer, he's just tweeted now that he's betting $1 million on Trump winning.
Wow.
So he's doing well with the youth as well. So we're gonna have to see, because he currently at the moment he has Trump, well, according to Al Jazeera, the statistics are probably a little bit slow. It's still 178 and Harris with 99. But obviously, as the counts are coming in, that is expected to rise. So yeah, it's very interesting to see the reactions. Everyone's actually been fairly quiet. So
why is that? I mean, it's the US presidential election, right? So you think Twitter would be ablaze. I mean, I'm guessing that a lot of people are asleep, maybe, and they're just not covering it. They're just not watching it because they're asleep.
But I also think many people assumed Harris would be in the lead, so they're sort of on their toes at the moment. Yeah, in shock.
Yeah, I suppose if you're backing a candidate, if you're backing a horse and your horse is losing, you go silent, don't you, a little bit? But what's Elon Musk saying?
Elon Musk isn't saying much, but he has, for some reason, changed the like button on Twitter to a voting election thing, and of course he's retweeted a couple pro-Trump tweets.
I mean, he was blatantly bribing voters, wasn't he? He was giving $1 million away to. Surely that's not legal. I think it is legal. I think it passes.
Is anything really legal these days?
I mean, but in Britain it would be. In Britain that would be illegal, right? That would be corruption. Corruption.
Yeah. I mean, there was a literal video of the Avengers team endorsing, I believe it was Harris, just the full Avengers cast endorsing Harris. So I don't know if that's breaching some legal rules. I mean,
Well, I mean, film stars can do their endorsement. They do in America, don't they? Because it's a celebrity culture out there.
Yeah, it's very different to the UK.
Yeah, I know Joe Rogan yesterday endorsed Trump, so that might have had some kind of effect. But I don't think that's illegal. But yeah, literally giving people money to vote a certain way, that is surely that's corruption or something. Because I don't know. I mean, if you're a celebrity, if you say vote Trump or vote Harris, then that's persuading people to vote. But giving them money is potentially changing a Harris voter into a Trump voter, through money, not through persuasion. So I don't know. Crazy. Okay, Harris.
So I'll check back with you soon.
Say again, sorry.
I'll check in with you soon with some more
Yeah,
updates.
yeah. Let's see how long we take this. I'm thinking maybe we're running out of steam a little bit. I'm definitely losing my voice, but let's see. We've still got. I mean, the numbers are still steadily going up. We've got about 900 people watching live on YouTube. I'm not sure about other platforms, but that's just on YouTube, which is pretty good audience for this time of night.
I don't know whether we've got a couple stragglers from the UK or if it's international audience.
No, I think this is an international audience. I think generally, I think this is not. I can tell because the kind of people leaving comments are not the usual names I recognize. Normally, I recognize 20% of the people that are commenting because they're our usual Five Pillars crowd and they're British. Whereas I don't see too many Brits commenting at all. So this is a new audience we're reaching out to, alhamdulillah. A lot of them in America itself. So Murad says he's tuning in from Canada. So tell me where you're tuning in from, because I don't recognize your name, brothers and sisters. So Zayn says he's from Australia. I don't know what time it is in Australia, down under. Murad says he's from Canada. So Mokit is from New York. So I'm guessing this might be the first time that you guys are watching a Five Pillars live stream. So give me your thoughts. Are we rubbish? Should we just open up a chicken and chip shop and do that and forget about journalism? Or is this any good? Are you liking this?
We've got one warrior from London, night shift.
Yeah. We already got. Oh, it's all coming in now. It's too quick for me. So Saban is from the United States, or as I call it, the Great Satan. I just lost a viewer there. Atlanta, Georgia, Billy Cash. Birmingham, Alabama, or Birmingham, UK? I'm assuming Birmingham, UK. Nova Scotia, Canada. 2 p.m. in Sydney. Okay. 1:53 wherever you are. Melbourne, perhaps. Kashmir, Canada. Australia, all these places I've never been. France, a country I know
someone
very
from
well.
Kashmir is keeping up with updates from America is remarkable.
Yeah. France, I know that country very well. I don't like it at all because they're very racist and Islamophobic, but I do know the country, having lived there for several years. Alice Springs. Alice Springs, isn't that near Ayers Rock? Like right in the middle of Australia. Wow. That's crazy. We got someone like Ayers Rock is his neighbor, and he's tuning into a Five Pillars live stream from London. Someone's watching us from Cardiff in Wales. So I'm half Welsh, but from the north, not the south. So, but yeah, I do know Cardiff very well. Bodida, Malaysia, Chicago. So yeah, as I thought, majority non-UK audience. So this is not our usual audience at all. So they probably won't realize. Normally people, they know me when I'm kind of, they know me, Robert and Dilly.
Yeah.
So they know all our little jokes and our little banter. They don't take it too seriously and they don't get easily offended. But I'm just a little bit worried that all these people that are probably seeing us for the first time, they're getting offended by a little bit of British humor because it can be a bit edgy at times. Scotland. What do you think of Dr. Rudolph Butch Ware? I don't know who that is. Who's that? Do you know who that is?
No idea. Butch Ware.
Trump also tweeted false news about Bangladesh, which delighted the supporters of fallen dictator Hasina. Do you remember what that was about? I've forgotten.
I don't remember. It was a couple of years ago, I think, if I remember correctly. No, sorry, not a couple of years ago, a couple of weeks ago.
So Shahriar, if you can remind us what that was about, because I'm not sure.
But I mean, it goes to show how international this is. I mean, these people are probably interested in in what's going on.
So Butch Ware is the VP of Jill Stein. Yeah, I don't know much about this, Murad, because even Jill Stein, I only kind of discovered her about a month ago, and I haven't paid her very close attention. So what's the debate about Butch Ware? What's he done? What's he done to offend the Muslims? Tell me. So we'll pick that up a little bit later, inshallah. Robert, you there? Robert has kind of just wandered off. I don't know what he's doing. Let me bring him back on.
Hey,
Robert?
Assalamu alaikum. I am here. I'm a little bit low on power, so I've just had to go and plug it in.
How come you couldn't get the brother the audio?
I have no idea. You're telling me you couldn't hear him, right?
No, not really. Really kind of quiet. And he did say something right at the end, which about him being deported or something, or threatened with deportation. What was that?
He had issues. I think when he visited Palestine, he was picked up by the regime, the Israeli regime, and because of his activism work, he claims that he was basically tortured whilst in detention in a way.
By the Israelis?
Yeah, that's what he's told me privately, but I wouldn't want to go into too much detail without him being here. But yeah, he made some allegations to me. I think these allegations he's published before elsewhere here, but it's part of his activism. That's why he's so passionate about supporting the Palestinian cause here and getting involved in. He was one of the co-founders of the Abandon Biden, renamed Abandon Harris campaign, because obviously he's seen the crimes that the Israeli regime has done. He's experienced it even to a certain extent.
Robert, I've got two questions for you. One is, who's this Rudolph Butch Ware guy? He's Stein's VP. What's controversial about him? Do you know?
To be honest, from what I've seen, he seems like a good guy. He's obviously a member of the Black Muslim community. I'm not sure if he was born Muslim. He may be a convert. But he is a supporter of Malcolm X, who's very well read. From what I've seen, he has some very good politics. But again, I'm not very deeply familiar with his past. He's obviously been speaking up about the genocide in this campaign. And interestingly enough, he actually caused a bit of controversy from left-wing circles because of anti-trans comments that he's apparently made in the past, probably based on his, position from a religious standpoint. That caused some controversy, but from our perspective, that's not an issue. So I know of that, but in terms of him being controversial in another way, I'm not sure. I've only seen positive things about him, to be honest with you.
No. Yeah, no, I misunderstood. A brother was mentioning him on the comments. I don't think he is controversial from our perspective. So he's a native African-American traditionalist Sufi, comes from Black radicalist movement. He's an Islamic studies professor at the University of California. I think I did see him on a podcast, actually. It might have been Jalal's podcast. I only saw a few.
He's been on Thinking Muslim. I was hoping that we may have seen him here today, but unfortunately he's in another part of the country, I believe, so we haven't been lucky enough to get a chance to speak to him. His politics is very on point from what I've seen, and yeah, he's a student of Malcolm X.
I still don't know, though. I still don't know how a Muslim can really get on board with the Green Party, and I mean, I can understand voting for them, but being a candidate, you've got to sign up to their kind of policy agenda, right? And a lot of that will be anti-Muslim, but that's just my take on things. Listen, people are asking how many votes are the Greens getting. Do we have any idea of how many votes they're getting nationwide?
I'm away from my laptop. I don't know if Harris can answer that.
Just give me a second. I'm just pulling up now.
Yeah, let me just go through some of the comments. We have a very international audience, Robert, today. We don't have our usual UK crowd, because most of them are asleep. We're getting people from all over the world. We're getting people from Australia, Canada, most from America watching us, because I don't think they've got any other Muslim live streams. Or any good ones?
Just or are
we the only ones?
Jill has 271,000 votes, still 0 electoral votes. So it's about 0.4%.
I think she's trying to get 5% of the overall vote, which will let them get loads of funding or something like that. I don't know. But okay, 250,000. Is that a lot, or doesn't sound a lot, does it?
I mean, she's third in the lead, I believe. So just above Oliver from the Libertarian Party.
So Mohammed voted for Jill Stein. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. Butch wears Malcolm X, a student in spirit, his words. I actually listened to on Audible. I listened to the autobiography of Malcolm X again, read by Lawrence Fishburne, and it's just amazing. I mean, obviously I've read it a couple of times when I was younger. Have you read it, Harris? The biography of Malcolm X?
No, I haven't read it. I mean, I've been wanting to watch the movie, actually. I need to watch the movie. The
movie's good as well. The movie is good. Denzel Washington does a reasonably good job, but I think obviously you have to read the book. Every Muslim needs to read that. It's just an amazing book on every level. Okay, the vote situation right now. Can we have an update, Harris?
So actually, we're in the dark at the moment because the votes are still counting in. So everyone is sort of just at a standstill, just waiting imminently for the results.
No problem.
So it's still the same 198 actually now for Trump and 99 still for Harris.
Okay. All right. Let me read the Google Doc, inshallah, that Kamal's been putting together. And Robert, maybe you can chat with Morris while I do that.
Yeah, I just wonder what you think, Harris. I've asked this question to pretty much everyone that's come on the live tonight about the potential for violence, regardless of the result. Political violence is commonplace here. Presidents get shot at, presidents get assassinated, riots on the streets, the Capitol stormed. This is the norm here, something which is perhaps a little bit alien to us in the UK, but it's part and parcel of the system here. Do you predict that there's going to be some kind of violent reaction after these results?
We saw a little bit of intimidation tactics at the beginning. We had a few bomb threats, a few people just roaming into the US Capitol. But obviously now that Trump is, it seems to be that he's winning the election. We start to see a lot less of that and more celebrations. Of course, they're not going to be rioting if Trump wins. And let's be honest, the majority of the violence and the rioting is from Trump supporters. I mean, look at January 6th last year.
Do you know what, Harris? That's not necessarily
from Harris's side.
I don't know about that. I actually think that we could. Maybe not right now, but if the result gets confirmed, there are groups here, left-wing groups, Antifa, for example, which are known to take to the streets. There has been anti-Trump riots in the past, which have turned violent for one reason or another. So, plus there's a belief that Trump is a Nazi, a fascist, a wannabe dictator, and if he wins the White House again, there could be an incentive for left-wing groups to take to the streets and maybe even get into violent scuffles. So I wouldn't put it past riots happening even if Trump wins. And I think that we have seen those scenes in the past. The situation here is very tense on both sides. I think that's something which I've noticed. And the appetite for potential protests, which could turn into riots, is also there as well. So I'll disagree with you on that a little bit. But what about the conspiracy? Let's talk conspiracies. Do you think that there's some kind of deep state plot to take Trump out? Do you think that
regardless of what happens,
they're trying to kill him off?
There will always be that conspiracy, no matter what happens. If Trump wins, if Trump loses, there'll always be the conspiracy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm probably a conspiracy theorist myself on this. I don't know. I mean, if you look at the near miss, I just think it's so weird. It's so weird. And I mean, this country has a history of assassinating presidents as well. The last successful attempt was on Kennedy. Well, it wasn't an attempt; it was a successful hit, and that's still shrouded in mystery and suspicion. One of the things that Trump has actually said is that if he wins, he's going to release classified documents about the Kennedy assassination. So again, kind of a motive there for the deep state to potentially try and take him out before he can get his hands on it. I don't know.
Didn't he also say that last time?
He did, interestingly enough, and he bottled it. He totally bottled it. He yellow-bellied out because I think they basically threatened him and said that some people involved in what was going on with Kennedy are still alive. That's what Trump, that was the excuse that Trump gave, that certain individuals involved may still be alive today. And if he releases the information, they could face some kind of consequence. So obviously we'll see, but he's pledged this time he's definitely going to do it, and he's going to do it early if he wins.
Robert, I think we'll let Harris go and maybe catch up with you in about half an hour. We might finish this live. I don't know. Is it worth continuing, Robert? Do you reckon? What do you reckon, guys? Is it worth continuing? You let us know in the comments as well. We'll definitely keep going for half an hour or so. Maybe if you can find some kind of reaction, like tweets and stuff, that we can profile Harris in the next half an hour, and we'll come back to you to conclude, inshallah.
Yep,
and I'll continue with Robert for the time being. We'll see you soon.
I think we've got to bring more people into this. We've got to go through the comments, I think. Are they still coming in thick and fast?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've got a lollipop here. I know it's really unprofessional eating a lollipop live on air, but I need something cold.
It's weird. It's very weird. Yeah, it's just weird. Of all the desserts, you had to go for the creepiest one.
I just needed something cold. All right.
Men don't eat lollipops. You've got this weird thing about being masculine.
Well,
that's very ladylike. Yeah, that's
anyway. All right, let me read out the latest news. So this is from about half an hour ago. Trump on 178, Harris 99 electoral votes. So Trump has a healthy lead. I'm going to mute you for a second, Robert, while I finish this. So apparently the Harris video where she did that phone call with the voters, it's been fact checked, and there's no evidence that she did fake it. That's what the media is reporting. Texas has been called for Trump, giving him 40 electoral votes. He's also projected to win in Louisiana, but Harris will win in New York and Illinois. Polls are still closing in some states. I'm guessing the western states rather than the eastern ones. Missouri has been called for Trump, giving him 10 electoral votes. Authorities have rejected his claims of cheating in Philadelphia with the dodgy machines, apparently. So an update: Trump on 188. This is as of 3 a.m. UK time. That's GMT. Trump on 188, so about 90 short of victory. Harris on 99. The polls have now closed in all of the 7 swing states. Montana called for Trump, putting him on 198, so he's getting near that 200 mark. And there are long lines at the polling station in Pennsylvania as a judge declines extension request. So a lot of people voting in Pennsylvania, which I think is another key state, perhaps the key swing state. Okay, bringing Robert back in. Should we talk a little bit of a conspiracy before we get into the comments? And I'd just like to know, brothers and sisters, do you want us to continue this stream? Tell us the truth. Yeah, we can take it on the chin if you're getting bored. It's just that it seems to be a little bit of a kind of a stalemate at the moment where news isn't coming in. It might take several hours. So I'm not sure whether we've got the energy to continue. Robert, what do you reckon?
So conspiracies. Yeah, I think there's something weird going on. Yeah, there's something weird going on, definitely. It's like you said.
So this is what
this is my area of expertise.
I'm going to mute him. Just because it's a bit loud. But we went to an Islamic conference in London a few weeks ago, and we didn't have any merchandise to sell apart from the Blood Brothers podcast, which is our kind of flagship podcast. But we also do the Muslims Uncensored podcast, which is me and Robert, and Blood Brothers is Dilly, our colleague, which is a very well-established, more popular podcast. Let's face it, it's true, because it's very established and it's superb, and Dilly has got his fans, and we're still building up Muslims Uncensored. But we thought we'd get some hoodies with some catchphrases on them, and Robert always says, "Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?" So we thought that could be like Robert's face and "Do you know what I mean?" And his other major catchphrase is whenever he does a conspiracy theory, he says, "Something's going on. Something I don't know what it is, but something's going on." So I reckon that's our next hoodie. What do you reckon, Robert?
Yeah, that's a catchphrase right there, isn't it? That could make us millions. That makes millions. But what we got to talk about conspiracy. Do you know what we haven't discussed at all? We discussed it with the UK vote. Was that the one positive that we could take away from it is that the Muslim vote in the UK proved, without a shadow of a doubt, that it's a force to be reckoned with. That was the greatest achievement of that election. The Muslim vote showed that it had real power to at least cause some political upset. And I hope that one thing we take away from the results here is, again, the same thing, that the American Muslim vote also has the ability, the power to cause some kind of upset. But of course, I think that, it's a different fight that they have here. But also, I think one of the things which I was reminded of when I did my talk with the brothers canvassing in Dearborn a couple of nights ago, perhaps if you have that video ready, you should play it out now. We have to remember that, you know, sometimes the weapon of the believer, the most powerful weapon of the believer, is the religion itself. It's prayer, it's dua, it's remaining patient and trusting in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
We don't have that video, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a shame. It can be seen. It's on Twitter. You can watch it back. I do highly recommend it. It's a reminder, because at the end of the day, investing in the political process, hoping on politicians, hoping on the United Nations to save us, to save the Palestinians. I mean, people have been doing that for decades, and it hasn't borne any fruit, unfortunately. But I think one of the things which I've learned from speaking to many Muslims, including Palestinians as well, in the UK and some here, is the one thing that keeps them going amid the genocide, literally the slaughter of their own family members, is their faith. It's the fact that they know that this life is temporary, it's full of hardships, but they will be rewarded in the end, and the evildoers will be punished. So, I mean, we've all seen the horrific footage of that poor brother burned alive in a tent at a hospital. I think it was a hospital encampment some weeks back. We literally witnessed that happening. The poor brother burned alive, the most horrific way you could possibly die. Well, I believe that the people who did that to him, the fires that are going to burn them, is going to be far worse than any fire in this life. And I honestly believe that. And I think if I didn't have that belief, I don't know how I would process. I don't know. I mean, I'm probably not summarizing this very well, but I think that there is a point, that the point is that dawah, furthering our objectives through Islam as well. We have to remember that that is just as an effective strategy, if not more effective in many ways, than engaging in the political process and protesting on the streets. You know, let's remember the what we have.
Yeah, it comes. I've said this to you several times before, but it comes down to what are we doing here in the West? You know, I mean, I'm obviously, you're born and raised in London. I was born in Sri Lanka and emigrated with my family to the West when I was young. But I follow the opinion that we shouldn't even be in the West unless we're giving dawah, unless we are actively trying to convert non-Muslims to Islam and to give dawah to Muslims as well to make them more Muslim. And if we're not doing that, if all we're doing is accumulating wealth and bigger houses and bigger cars and more money, bigger bank account, then I believe it's haram to be in the West. That's my opinion. I know that there might be differing opinions on that. That is my opinion, and at the very least, that is what we should strive to do: is to be dawah. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Because, you know, according to Islam, accumulating wealth is not the. I mean, the Quran warns time and time again about the dangers of, you know, accumulating or being tempted by wealth and children again and again and again. It says that. So, yeah, sometimes you got to take a step back and just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Should we take a few comments, Robert, for next 10 minutes, so inshallah, before we get maybe a news update? Yeah, thanks for muting yourself. Ashak says, I'm from Birmingham, UK, and I'm always criticizing Roshan in the comments in the videos. Well, I got my own special hater there, Ashak, who wants to actually shout from the rooftops that he hates me, and he's always criticizing me. Thank you.
I like how he told you where he lives as well. It's like you're just inviting trouble, well, really, aren't you?
Birmingham is our stronghold. That's where we get the most love. Yeah. Out of all the cities in the UK, Birmingham is where we get the most love. You know, I went to Bradford a few days ago, and I was hardly recognized in Bradford. When I go to Birmingham, we're stopped everywhere, aren't we? You know, like, you know, we're recognized and we're stopped and we get loads of love. But I went to Bradford. The Bradford brothers need to step up with the 5 pillars, because like, I was getting no kind of recognition. I need that to boost my ego from time to time. Anyway, thank you, Ashak. That's thanks for sharing that with me. Fico says, how about we become pro-America and anti-Brits and thus liberate the Caucasus? I don't know how does that work? If you become pro-America, you're going to liberate East Turkestan and Kashmir. I don't think that's gonna work, mate. McKee says propaganda and co. Yeah, they're quite good, aren't they? I've watched a few of their videos. They're also live, but I wish they'd incorporate more Islam into their content. Are they Muslims? Are they Muslims or not?
Yeah, I think so. I think the guy behind it's an Arab. It might be Palestinian, to be honest with you.
You see, this is what differentiates us from everyone else. We're like in your face, proud Muslims. You know, everything's about Islam with us. All right, we don't. That's our framework. That's our constitution. The Quran is our constitution. The Sunnah is our constitution. Those are our red lines, and everything within those red lines is fine. Everything out of those red lines is bad.
I've got a here's a teaser for you. I've got another video coming out possibly tomorrow. It's basically my visit to Hamtramck, where I'm basically just running around the street saying how much I love the fact that I can hear the adhan and that there's Yemenis everywhere. It's just a Muslim majority enclave in the US.
You see, Mehdi Hassan would be doing that, wouldn't he? He'd be looking for the first LGBT.
He'd be condemning it. Yeah, but do you know what the funny thing is? Okay, I've got 2 stories for you just to pass the time. Okay, so number 1.
Let's face it, that's what we're doing. We're just passing the time, aren't we?
Yeah, shooting the breeze now. There's obviously upset among certain multicolored, flag community, whatever you want to call them.
The alphabet people.
Yeah, the alphabet lot. The A, B, C, Q, U, T, Z, or whatever it is. Basically, obviously, the ones that are living in Hamtramck are living there under the basically they're living under an Islamic emirate system, and they're not happy about it. So the local council and the mayor, who are all Muslim, have outlawed the use of this logo on government buildings. It's been the case for a while now. So in response to that, a lot of local businesses that are run by, I don't know, left-wingers or whatever, they're hitting back by putting these flags on their business windows. So you walk down the street and it's made it worse, because there's like more flags now on the streets where they're trying to combat the measure. But that was quite funny to see. But it's a symbolic gesture, isn't
it's
it?
good to see the shoe being on the other foot for a change, isn't it? Because it's usually us being oppressed and protesting about being oppressed. But in Hamtramck, it's the LGBT mafia that are protesting about being oppressed. So yeah, anyway.
It just makes me wonder. It makes me think as well, because we have so-called Muslim representation in Britain apparently. But would they do something along this? Would they actually stand up for a cause which is of major concern to many Muslims? I don't think so. I think if anything, they'd avoid it at all costs, because they wouldn't want to upset their left-wing mates, basically. Do you see what I mean?
I think this alliance with the left is very dangerous. I know you're at a Green Party watching. so keep this.
I'm looking over my shoulder, just like in case. But that was one thing I saw that was hilarious. But another thing was my entry to the US. I never told you the story. So I got stopped and questioned by two officers of the law, who took me to the side, and I think they were like expecting me. Do you know what I mean?
Did they get the rubber gloves out?
Everything short of it. I was worried. Do you know what I mean? I was really worried. They took me to a room. I was the first one they called in. They make it look anonymous, like they bring in a couple of people that they're sort of, randomly questioning. But I was like given special treatment. I was like first there. They put me in a room. They were kind of like getting all their questions ready, and there were two officers there. So they knew I was coming for a while. I think the embassy probably sent warning alarm bells over to the States, like question this guy. It was really interesting. They came across really nice, very polite. They were young guys, hip, cool, made me feel quite comfortable. And they were asking like, why am I here, and who do you work for, and what's your business? And I told them, Muslim journalist, 5 pillars, here to check out the Muslim vote in the elections. And then they sort of started, like, oh, okay, have you heard of a group called Hezbollah? And I was like, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I've heard of that group. And they were like, yeah, because we know you've been to Lebanon recently. And I was like, yeah, job, journalist, whatever. And they were like, oh, why'd you go there? And I was like, well, the news, duh. And they were like, okay, Hezbollah. And then I basically just had to give it the whole, it's a terrorist group. I'm a law-abiding British citizen. We consider them terrorists and all that stuff. So I was giving it, and it's easy because I just said, look, 5 Pillars is a Sunni platform. They're Shia, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But then they were like, oh, but what about Hamas? They're Sunni, isn't it? What's your view about Hamas? And I was like, what am I gonna bloody hell? But I was like, no, they're a terrorist group as well. We know that they're designated here in the UK. I'm just here to do my job as a journalist. But
by the way, brothers and sisters, can I just stop Robert there? This is Robert playing a role, right? Just to make this clear. I won't say any more, but whatever I say next is going to get me into trouble. But you see, brothers and sisters, just to let you know, in the US, because most of you are watching from the US, Hamas is considered a terrorist organization in the UK. So if any of us express, or anybody express support for Hamas or glorify Hamas, we go to jail. That's freedom of speech in the UK. So when Robert is asked that question at an airport, it puts him in a very difficult position. Yeah, carry on.
I was just honest. I said, look, I'm just here to cover the Muslim votes. We're a law-abiding British Muslim platform. We stay within the realms of the law, and we're just reporting on the news. It's as simple as that. But I kind of got the feeling that they were trying to they were being very friendly, because they wanted to see, like, they asked me, oh, what do you think of America? And they were saying things like, yeah, we criticize America too, and we get the whole, America's involved in the genocide thing, and it's horrible, blah, blah, blah. So, and I just felt like, I know you work for the government, so, you sitting there trying to find common ground with me about American foreign policy. I was like, oh, I don't really, I didn't really,
they're trying to get Yeah.
I think so. But no, we're honest. Everyone knows what we're about. We're just doing our job as journalists at the end of the day, reporting on the news. And like you say, sometimes we don't talk about subjects because we're not allowed. It's as simple as that. The UK just censors free speech. It censors normal speech. The journalists are getting arrested in the UK right now, like Asa Winstanley, for example. So I think they let me through. I'm here anyway. But that was my taste of the of traveling to the States as a journalist.
Yeah, what I was about to say before you entered into that story is that I just think Muslims are ally with the Greens and the left. They become like them, and that's our experience in the UK with certain MPs like Zara Sultana and others. They've jettisoned their Islamic identity, and they become more lefty than the lefties, and that's something that Muslims should avoid. And that's why I always say, I think you have it in America with what's her name? Who's that Somali sister? Ilhan Omar. Yeah, and she's down with the LGBT law, and she compromises so many Islamic positions. I just think that
it's like Sadiq Khan, isn't it?
I just think that Muslims shouldn't enter the mainstream political arena in that way. They shouldn't run for the Senate or Congress or the Parliament, because it's a den of wolves in there. And if you're a religious, believing, practicing Muslim, you're bound to come under certain pressures, and you might not be able to resist those pressures, those temptations. So you should definitely avoid it. I'm going to mute you, mate, Robert. It's a bit noisy in there. While I go through some of the comments, inshallah. Eat something. I will. It's coming up to Fajr time, maybe in about an hour and a half in the UK. So I think I'll eat before Fajr. Violence is as American as apple pie. Refresh and come back. But I think if we leave, I think everyone will leave, and when we come back, no one will be here. So I think we have to continue. A few comments about the my Cockney accent, or Robert's Cockney accent. I haven't got one. Mukit says Muslims in the UK voted in many independents. That's true, 5. But what have been the fruits of this win? Yeah, not much. The MPs that go into Parliament haven't done a great job. They're not very vocal. They're not very knowledgeable about Palestine, and that what we want is a bit of fire and brimstone in Parliament. Speaking truth to power, and they've not been capable of doing that. But I think it was the right strategy to try to get independents into Parliament, to send a message, and I think a clear message was sent out. And I think the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in the UK have understood that message. But in terms of the candidates that we got into Parliament, they weren't the best candidates. I think we need to choose better candidates, a better vetting process in the future, inshallah. Jazakallah khair, guys. Thank you very much. I have a fabulous voice. I had to feature that comment, didn't I? A bit of praise there for Robert as well, just to even things out. Our dead are in Jannah, their dead are in Jahannam, no equivalent. Ameen, ameen, thumma ameen. Bit of fruity language there, which I can't profile, unfortunately. Nurai says, I absolutely agree. I think this is the point with giving dawah in the West. It's haram as a Muslim to be in the West unless we're giving da'wah. I agree with this opinion. We are trying to make hijrah, inshallah. Turkey, Doha, or Malaysia are 3 popular destinations to make hijrah. That's because you ignored Bradford in the UK election. Yeah, maybe that's true. Yeah, we didn't ignore them. It's just that we just didn't have the resources to cover Bradford. The brothers and sisters in Bradford are as important to us as the brothers and sisters in any other city in the UK. It's just that we have limited resources, and we had to pick certain constituencies where we thought that the election would be close and the Muslims would have an impact. And unfortunately, we just got it wrong with Bradford. But there was no deliberate attempt to ignore Bradford. Love the Brothers podcast. If you're watching and you're new to us, go onto our YouTube page and look out for the Blood Brothers podcast with my colleague, the deputy editor of Five Pillars, that's Dilly Hussain, who has a fantastic podcast. Robert and I do a weekly roundup of the news called Muslims Uncensored. So please check out both those podcasts, because we'd like to get the numbers up and the shares up, and maybe if more people are watching from outside the UK, we'll actually do more international stories as well, which we're very keen to do, as we're both very well traveled, alhamdulillah. Aligning with the US Greens is not a pledge of allegiance. Well, if you're actually representing a party, I think it is. It's official. Donald Duck has won the election. I'm not sure if that's quite true. Yeah, that's true. It's getting through British immigration that Robert should be worried about. They've been arresting journalists left, right, and centre. They have. Pro-Palestine journalists have been arrested and had their homes raided in the UK just for, supporting the Palestinian resistance. Trump is leading in 4 of the 7 swing states. Seems like he's going to win, and Gaza will end up costing Harris the election. Well, if that's the headline tomorrow, then I think it's a job well done. Rahma says, agree with you, Russian politics is corrupting unless someone has a very strong iman and stronger identity. Yeah, I think you have to be a very strong person to go into these Western parliaments and still come out with your iman and your practice intact, and that's why I think it's bad for younger people, because younger people are very impressionable, and you find these candidates like 20 years old, 23 years old, 25 years old, going into parliament. I mean, I know what I was like when I was 25, complete idiot, Some would say I'm still an idiot now at my age, my advanced age now. But yeah, I think you're more when you're a bit older, when you're 40, 50, 60, you know who you are. You're confident about who you are. Whereas when you're 20, 25, you're still finding your feet. So young people, especially, I would encourage not to go into Western parliaments. That's not true. That's not true. Come to Malaysia. It's easy to eat halal and easy to pray here. I would love to go to Malaysia. It's one of my ambitions. I'm very well traveled around the Middle East and also South Asia, but I've never been to the Far East, apart from Thailand briefly. And I would love to go to Malaysia. I hear great things about it. Beautiful people, beautiful food, beautiful country, beautiful weather. Also a lot of practicing Muslims there. I know a lot of people in Malaysia. I can't wait to go out there. For one reason or another, it hasn't happened. Maybe it's a little bit far from the UK. Also, if I go on holiday, I'd like to take my family, so it becomes a bit expensive as well. But one day, inshallah, one day. Muslims don't have a voice because there's no Muslim country. What about transforming the Muslim majority countries into Islamic ones? Zios are strong, but because they have a root country. So that's an argument for Khilafah, which I don't disagree with at all. The 5 independent MPs in the British Parliament, they're also voting against bad Labour policies, including anti-Palestinian stuff. That should count for something. Yeah, I'm not completely discounting what they've done. I just think that we need stronger personalities to make people like George Galloway, in Parliament, who can really make a mark. And I think the MPs that we have in Parliament, they just don't have that extrovert personality that is needed. They're quite introverted. They lack that confidence to project themselves on that stage, because what they need to do, if you're a Muslim MP in Parliament, in the UK Parliament, or in the US Senate or Congress, whatever it is, you need to go there and trash the place. That's what you need to be doing. Not to kind of be making friends and alliances. You go there and you trash the place. That is what you need to do, and these MPs are not doing that. Which ultimately they were, you know, they're voted in on the back of Gaza, and a lot of the time they're not talking about Gaza. They're talking about other stuff like local stuff, which I'm not particularly impressed by. What else? That's it. I've come to the end of my comments. Maybe we could get Robert back in, or Haris, and just maybe conclude this this live stream as well, because I think I'm losing the will to live here a little bit, and certainly losing my voice. Robert, you there?
Yeah, Salam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
I'm just going to move away from the noise, but as you can see, speeches are still ongoing. And, the event is kind of quieted a little bit as we're waiting for more results to come in.
Robert, I'm going to. I've got to believe that we're going to make it. I think let's get maybe Haris on a final time, and then we can start concluding, inshallah. And Robert, when you've come to a bit of a quieter place, you can just unmute yourself and join in the conversation. So Haris Tagari, all the way there from Kosovo today.
It's been super underwhelming at the moment. There's not been any big news. I mean, even expert opinions, no one's saying anything. I've checked, Instagram.
It's all going to happen when we go off air, isn't it? It's all going to happen.
It is. Yeah. I mean, the count of the last few votes, other than just predictions and things like that, there's literally nothing, which is really strange.
Yeah. So in terms of the news feeds, the live news feeds, it hasn't budged, right? Trump's
no, the official number hasn't budged, but of course predictions and things are saying Trump is at 230. But if you look at Al Jazeera, it's still saying the same number, 190, I believe it's 199.
Let's go to the. I mean, I hate going to the mainstream media, but let's indulge the BBC for a change. So they're saying Trump 207, Harris.
CNN are saying the same number as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Kansas is projected for Trump. That is in the Midwest, right? So that probably is expected, but it's only 6 votes. Pennsylvania, the battleground state, half the ballots rather have been counted so far. Trump is leading. Yeah. Iowa projected for Trump, and Ohio as well. Trump supporters in Pennsylvania confident of victory.
I mean, Stein is doing pretty good. She's got 0.6%. I don't know if that was what she wanted.
Okay. Nerves at Harris's DC watch party. So all the kind of mood music is in Trump's favor. Now the question is that going to flip as soon as we go off air? Are we going to call it for Trump? Are we going to? Because usually in America the networks call it, don't they? Like CNN calls it. Do we call it for Trump before anybody else? And have that iconic moment, Robert. You going to do it?
Well, to be honest, I got Brexit right. I got Trump's initial win right. I was right to say that Trump won in 2020, and I said that Trump's going to win. So whatever I say, you should go with. Just announce it. You should have announced it yesterday. You should have announced it yesterday.
When Harris wins, they're going to play back this moment. I'm going to Robert called it wrong.
They always release articles like some weirdo in a cave somewhere who I don't know scratches a cat's back can tell. He has like a prediction or something weird.
Yeah, like an octopus.
Yeah, exactly. I could be one of those. I could be 5 pillars, whatever. Although I suppose that's haram, isn't it? Because knowledge of the unseen, isn't it? So joking aside, that's haram. Don't tell me. Predictions might be haram. I don't know.
Yeah, no, we're just it's just a parlor game, isn't it? Nothing more than that. I don't know, man. I mean, I should say that we have no love for Donald Trump here at 5 Pillars. We know what kind of president he was like.
Really? That's news to me. I thought we all love Trump here.
Well, I
thought we were rooting for him.
I think that's just you, Robert.
I find him entertaining. I do. Like, just
I quit. I can't believe you guys don't support Trump. I quit. That's it. USA.
For pure entertainment value, I do rate him. But the fact is, when he was president, I mean, banning Muslims from entering the country just because they come from certain Muslim countries. I mean, come on, that's crazy. And obviously, it's true.
Well, he coined the term fake news. I mean, that's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Everyone uses that now. What else? Yeah, he tells journalists to like shut up, like mainstream journalists.
Yeah.
I mean,
he recommended injecting anti-disinfectant.
Yeah, and he said he's going to jail Hillary Clinton. He says like his rivals are ugly and stuff like that. It's like he's got a lot of material there.
I mean, the fact that the American public are lapping it up tells you a lot about the voters at the moment.
That's why he won, man. He's an entertainer.
Britain needs a Donald Trump, doesn't it? We don't have a Donald Trump, really. I mean, Nigel Farage is not funny like.
I mean, Boris Johnson was a kind of Donald Trump-like figure. I think he was. He was a bit clumsy.
He was more like a bumbling buffoon type person, isn't he?
Isn't that what Donald Trump is?
So I guess we are rooting for Trump.
Just because it's hilarious.
On a serious note, if you're a practicing believing Muslim, you can't get behind Donald Trump. Ultimately, the guy is a Zionist, and he doesn't like Muslims. And he's a kafir.
Yeah.
Kafir, And
he and his campaign team are using the word Palestinian as like a slur, like an insult. Like, oh, Joe Biden's basically Palestinian, as if like that's a bad thing. I mean, we know Palestinians. Do you know what I mean? There's no one better on this earth than Palestinians. I mean, who's braver? They talk about feminism and women's rights. Palestinian women are the bravest women on the planet. They've dodged bullets to save men who are mutilated, pulled them out of the rubble, that type of thing. We've seen that footage. I mean, just look at Trump. I mean, the guy looks like a melted squash or a melted pumpkin or something. Do you know what I mean? And he's not brave. He's not brave.
I think it is remarkable how he's had a huge comeback from being indicted and impeached and almost put in prison. I mean, he had a mugshot from almost, I think potentially winning the election. He's come a long, long way.
Nothing seems to harm him.
Robert Carter.
Nothing. But I tell you what, if he doesn't win, he'll go to jail. Carter. He'll definitely go to jail. Morris, I think we're going to let you get. I'm going to mute Robert for a second. Go on, Robert. I'm just going to mute Robert for a second. Horace, I think we'll let you go. It's very late, and I'm grateful for your efforts.
I appreciate it.
Inshallah, we'll see much more of you on Five Pillars in the weeks and months and inshallah years to come as well. Have a safe trip back. I'm not sure when you're back in the UK. I guess in the next few days. Is that right?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully on Friday.
All right. So I'll speak to you when you get back, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow anyway.
Of course. Assalamu alaikum to all the audience members as well. Hope you guys have a good night as well, inshallah.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, Haris.
Assalamu alaikum.
I think Robert wanted to tell me something. Oh, Robert's muted himself. I think he's just having a conversation with somebody else. I want to get Robert to reply to this. We're all saying that about the candidates you were backing. You guys didn't listen, and Galloway and Murray were thrown under the bus. Hope lessons are learned. Oh, I just need to respond to this. I want Robert to respond to it as well. No, I don't agree, Rahma. I don't at all. First of all, Galloway, we supported Galloway. He just lost very narrowly. Murray, we didn't support, but we didn't support the other guy either. We just felt that Murray couldn't win. Our estimation was that in Blackburn, he didn't have the support, and we were correct. He didn't have the support. The final results showed that, and that's why we didn't back him, purely on that he didn't have the support. So why back a losing candidate? But we didn't support the other guy either, by the way. we were quite neutral in that. So no, I don't agree with that comment. Robert, what was that? You're talking to somebody?
Sorry, yeah, someone was trying to figure out because they think they recognize me from somewhere, but I have a feeling they've confused me with someone else. So we had a bit of an exchange there.
What were they saying? What were they like?
They literally just like, "What's your name? I've seen you somewhere," and I just basically said, "Yeah, everyone recognizes me from somewhere." But they don't. They don't know if they hate me or they like me. I've got that. Like I'm not that famous, so they recognize me. They're like, do I hate this guy? But you know who was here? Owen Jones.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. For the first time, I actually saw him in person. He was at the protest on Saturday, of all people. There's quite a few journalists here. There's a Lebanese journalist from Beirut, Rania Khalek or something like that. She's quite known as well. She was also here. It was weird, like this international coalition of journalists I know just descended on the same protest.
Oh, wow. Let's go through some of the final comments maybe before wrapping up, inshallah, because it looks like it's a bit of a stalemate and nothing's coming in. So Fikr, if you want to work with 5 Pillars, just email us at info@5pillarsuk.com, info@5pillarsuk.com, inshallah, and tell us who you are. Send us your CV, what you could potentially do for us, and one of us will get back to you, inshallah. Michigan, I'm not sure whether there's any update on Michigan. Maybe Robert can tell us.
Not that I saw. I think it's. I think Harris was in the lead, but it hasn't been finalized yet. So
I'm hearing that Harris is going to win Michigan.
Who? Harris?
Yeah, I'm hearing that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think it is.
What do you guys think about the USA and its history and the fact that the Zionist entity, aspires to do in the Middle East the same that seculars achieved here in the 18th century? Yeah, I mean, I can answer that question gladly. Just mute Robert while I speak. So I think that America is basically the same as Israel. European settlers traversed the ocean and they colonized a land which was not theirs, and they did it by genocide, by land theft, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. And that was how America is created. So no wonder America has this affinity with the apartheid state of Israel, because Israel just did what America did 2 centuries previously. So America and Israel are exactly the same. Your history is a disgrace. America is a disgrace, and I mean, obviously, I guess the only difference is that in Israel, the victims of that genocide are still alive, and their close descendants are still alive, living either under apartheid conditions within historic Palestine or in refugee camps around the Middle East. Whereas the Native Americans that were slaughtered by the European settlers and colonizers, it's a bit more in the past, a few hundred years previous. And of course, their descendants are still alive and suffering and, basically at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale because of systematic discrimination. But I guess they don't have people who ultimately, it's a bit more in the past, and the Israel example is more recent. That's the only difference that I see between the US and Israel. Let me know what you think about that. I'll unmute Robert. Regardless of how pro-democracy you are, Islam warns it's about doubtful matters. Make America native again.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So kind of, I mean, I always say that, even like left-wing Israelis, so-called left-wing Israelis that go on about, we want to live in peace with the Palestinians, this isn't an apartheid system. I mean, they should get out of Israel and give their land back. Give the land back to those that they stole it from. You know what I mean? Just leave. If that's what you really believe, that Israel is an injustice, then you should leave and give your house to the Palestinian. Simple as that. And in a way, I think Americans should leave that country as well. That would be the fair thing to do. Of course, they won't, because hats have been thrown on the ground. All right. So we've got 1,000 people watching now on YouTube, which is actually our biggest audience of the night. But I think we're done. You done?
I think I've got to charge my headphones. They could cut out at any time. My devices have been working non-stop for the past 4 hours almost. So yeah, I think I'm running out of capacity.
One more thing. Should we just tune into, let's say, Al Jazeera? I'll play out the audio because we're coming up to the hour now. I'll just play out the audio. We'll listen to the news headlines. We'll react.
I'm going to charge my headphones then while you do that.
Yeah, we'll react, and then we'll finish. We'll conclude, inshallah. So, brothers and sisters, if you have any concluding comments that you'd like us to profile, sum up the night for America, for Muslims in America, for the world, how do you think this is going to go? How do you think American Muslims will be affected? How do you think Muslims around the world will be affected? Yeah, any concluding comments that we can perhaps end on, inshallah, because we've got about 5 minutes to go or 4 minutes before the hour is up, and maybe we can listen to Al Jazeera. I'm not actually going to play out the feed because that would be copyright infringement, but I think we can listen to the audio, inshallah. Let me get that up for you, so bear with me for a second. Yeah, let's maybe listen to it now. Bear with me, please, brothers and sisters.
We don't know what will happen. That being said, Secretary Raffensperger was on the media and did media and press in 2020 saying that everything was fine, and the next morning something changed. So I think what we're doing is we're hopeful, but we're just going to hold it.
We're just going to hold it, and we'll wait and see until the actual projection comes through. He did make reference to, didn't he, to the infamous phone call between Donald Trump and himself when Trump asked him for more votes, something that Cyril was talking about earlier, and he did not oblige. 4 years ago, when you saw Donald Trump and heard Donald Trump make that phone call, and then you saw the following events at the Capitol in January of that year, did you ever foresee that Donald Trump would be back in this position, potentially about to become president again?
I did, because the only people that believed that he was asking the Secretary of State to cheat for him were people who were opposing.
So Al Jazeera, brothers and sisters, is already speculating that Trump is on the verge of becoming president again, and that he might win in Georgia. Yeah, let's listen in more.
And there were some issues. I sit on our Georgia State Election Board, and we found that there was 17,000 missing ballot images just in Fulton County. Fulton County also double counted 3,000 votes. So there were issues. And so what he was saying is, do your job, as the Secretary has said that he claims he's doing, but do your job.
Okay, so that's not particularly interesting at the moment. So we'll wait for the news headlines on the hour, which will be about 2 minutes from now. In that 2 minutes, I will take some more comments. I love your program. I appreciate all the research you guys do. Jazakallah khair. That's really appreciate. That gives us motivation to continue. So thank you very much for that. It is very much appreciated. What the Europeans did in the USA in the 15th century, well, they didn't get there in the 15th century, right? A bit after that. Everyone was doing the same thing. If Andalusian Muslims had discovered the Americas, they would do the same. Well, it is true that in those days, there weren't clearly delineated borders. And it was kind of a dog-eat-dog world. If you didn't invade, others would invade you. But I think crossing the ocean, that massive ocean, from Europe to the United States, and then genociding a whole population, taking over a whole continent, is a level higher than what the Andalusian Muslims would have done, you know. My family is indigenous Mexican. My mom's side, my mum, that's how you say it, my mum's side was here before the California was the US. Yeah, it was part of Mexico, wasn't it, California? Our culture is gone, and my cousins, I don't even speak Spanish. It's sad. I'm actually learning Spanish. I can speak Spanish quite well these days, but it's a language that I'm learning, and inshallah hope to perfect. And I think in the future, America maybe, yeah, if you Hispanics keep on having more babies than the white people, you can make America Spanish again, right? Let's make 5 Pillars international and commentators in every country. Yes, inshallah, that is our ambition to keep expanding. Although it is nice to keep an organization quite small and nimble as well, because then we can control it better, I think. Smiler is still talking about Craig Murray. Just before you gave reasons why Murray would not be suitable or less suitable candidate, and it was clear you were leaning towards the other. Well, that is not true, because as Robert will tell you, neither candidate liked us, and neither candidate has any regard for us whatsoever. And both candidates were annoyed that we weren't supporting them. But it is true that we did think that Adnan Hussein in Blackburn had a better chance of winning than Craig Murray. That is true. We did think that. And that's why, and that was actually proved to be correct later when he actually took the seat. Anyway, enough of that parochial British politics that no one else is going to be understanding. Even though you haven't acknowledged any of my excellent points, I'm sorry, brother or sister. There were so many comments I couldn't keep up. I really enjoyed the program, and you brothers are doing a fantastic job. May Allah reward you. Ameen. Brilliant and insightful coverage. Thank you both. Allah bless you both, and Allah bless you. I think it's a sister. Kamala lost Dearborn. I'm not sure if that's prediction or election day vote in Dearborn precinct 332 Trump, 81 Harris. So that if that's localized to Dearborn, then that's actually a good reflection on the residents of Dearborn. Does that sound accurate to you, Robert? Unmute. You need to unmute.
Yeah, it could be. I'm completely away from the results right now, but that could be how it falls. Definitely. I've struggled to find anyone who's willing to back Harris here in Dearborn, at least.
Should we listen for a few minutes?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's too early to call at this stage. Let's head across the United States now to Arizona. Rob Reynolds joins us from Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center in Phoenix. So, Rob, what's the situation there? Any security problems?
No security problems. All is pretty calm and quiet here.
So, Al Jazeera are saying 213 for Trump, 110 for Harris.
Hour or so from the Arizona Secretary of State's office, and it couldn't be tighter here. Really, this is essentially a statistical tie with about 42% of all the votes counted so far, according to the state of Arizona officials in charge of tabulating these results. Donald Trump has 49.7%, and Kamala Harris has 49.5%. So Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris by just over 2,000 votes. So talk about your razor-thin margins here. Now, these votes represent the votes that were cast early by mail-in ballot or by ballots dropped off in mailboxes.
Okay. Get Robert back in. Oh, Robert's mic is not connected. Okay, brothers and sisters, I think we're going to wrap up. So this was a election special. We started at 12 midnight UK time, GMT, and it's 4 a.m. now. So we've been going for 4 hours, and I think we're just about dumb. Did I say dumb? We're probably dumb as well. We're just about done, is what I meant to say. And my thoughts are becoming incoherent. I can't speak anymore. Robert needs to do his job as well, because I think Michigan will declare perhaps in the hours to come, and he probably needs to interview a few people. So I think as soon as Robert gets on board, Robert, can you hear me?
Yeah, Salam, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're just going to say goodbye now, Robert. So any final thoughts from you before I conclude?
Final thoughts. Just, I just think, look, again, we've got to keep re-emphasizing the same point that, you know, we have to remember that the weapon for the believer is prayer, and we've also got dawah and just Islam as well. So I know that a lot of Muslims are really keen on getting involved in the political process. We want to make a difference, right? We want to save Palestine. We want to do anything we can to help, because we've seen children getting murdered and we feel helpless, and we'd do anything. You know, that's one thing that I've learned from Muslims in Britain and American Muslims. They would literally do anything to help, to stop the killing. They might not be able to liberate Palestine, but if they could just stop the genocide, rein Israel in just for now, save as many kids as they possibly can from the slaughter, they're going to do it. But they just have no power. So in times of great stress like this, we have to remember that the one who does have all the power is Allah, the creator of the universe. And this is a test and a trial that he's putting the Ummah through, this genocide of Palestine. And of course, we will be judged on how we behave. We will be judged on our actions and our deeds. So we've got to remember that. But we've also got to remember that it's not just the Western political process that we've got to be active in. It's not just you know, going out and protesting every weekend. We've also got to pray. We've got to make sure that we're better Muslims, and we have to invest in ourselves. We have to invest in our religion, because, you know, how can we say, well, let's liberate Palestine if our own community is not doing what it needs to do? It's not doing the basics in following what Allah has decreed. So let's remember that. And in all the years that I've worked, including the last year here at Five Pillars, one thing I can say that really scares the Western establishment is the growth of Islam, the power of the community, not just vote power, but the power of us, how we take care of each other, and how we hold on to our beliefs, and how we remain steadfast to religion, even though it's demonized, even though Muslims are dehumanized, and even though the Muslim countries like Palestine are being bombed and attacked and genocided, Islam continues to grow. There's major conversions happening all over the Western world. When I was here, a Mexican brother picked me up in an Uber. The guy was Mexican. He embraced Islam several years ago. There was a couple of converts that I met at a pro-Palestine protest a couple of days ago, American, like born and bred Americans who had embraced Islam. So the fact is, Islam is growing, and we've got to keep pushing that, because, you know, if any hope that we have of making the Western political establishment moral, or to stop doing genocide and colonialism, I mean, come on, like, let's get real here. It's never really going to change. We can't really change it that fundamentally that it's suddenly going to become a force for good on the world stage. That's not how it works. But what we can do to have a real impact is convert people, to be honest with you, because Islam is a force for good on the world stage. And by bringing more people into the fold of Islam, introducing people to Islam, inshallah, that's hopefully going to give us a chance to empower the force of good, and to pressure and to create hardships for the forces of evil in this world, which in many cases is the foreign policy of the West.
Okay. Thank you, Robert, for those wise words. And I will catch up with you, I guess, tomorrow morning sometime, UK time. By then, maybe we'll know the result. All right. Assalamu alaikum, Robert. All right, brothers and sisters, I'm just going to conclude now, inshallah. So this has been a long old live stream for over 4 hours now, and Apologies that my voice is going. So this has been our US election live stream at the beginning of the night. We really didn't know who was going to win, Harris or Trump. It was kind of a dead heat in all of the polls, and all of the mainstream media commentators didn't have a clue. It's 4:07 a.m. GMT in the UK now, about an hour before Fajr prayers, and it seems as though Trump is heading back to the White House. But we don't know that. We don't know that 100%. But that's what all the indications are at the moment. And we'll probably have a clearer idea in about 4 hours. But unfortunately, this live stream cannot go on for 4 hours. I won't add any much more to what Robert said. I thought he said it beautifully. I can't say it any better. So all I would say is this has been an interesting experience for us as well, because we haven't had our usual audience. Our usual audience is mainly in the UK. At least 60% of them are in the UK. And I recognize the people in the comments, and a lot of them are donors and supporters. So it's a new audience for us. So I would encourage you guys to check out our website, which is www.fivepillarsuk.com. Check out our main social media platforms are Twitter and YouTube, but we are also on Facebook, Telegram, and WhatsApp. Also on TikTok, but TikTok we keep getting banned, so we don't update it so much. We're also on Instagram as well. So please give us a like and a share. Tell your family and friends about us if you've liked this content. We strive to do Islamic news, but we do it with a bit of personality. And sometimes that personality can be a little bit edgy and objectionable, but this is who we are. And we all have different personalities, but we're all believing and practicing Muslims, very imperfect people, but we strive to basically do dawah. We are doing a media jihad here. This is literally our purpose, is to do dawah to Muslims and non-Muslims, to defend Islam and Muslims through the vehicle of journalism. That's what we're all about. So if this is the first time you're seeing us, please do check us out. Check us our content. Tell your family and friends about us, and be our eyes and ears on the ground. Send us information if you like what we do. Also support us financially, etc., etc. And on that note, and with Trump on the verge of going back to the White House, I will say ma'asalama to everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.